pretty stealthy, I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for coming to hang out. Still getting ready a little bit, but I'll be up in a sec. Gotta make sure this wig is on just right, let me tell you. All right. Hey, howdy, Ty. What's up, dude? And hello, Papa and Stella. Pardon me. All right, we pop on over here. I think I should be ready. There you go. And there's old Major. Popped up from cells really low. So what's up, guys? Thanks for coming to hang out. Let's see. So got a couple things before we go to the dungeon. I didn't want to start the dungeon quite right away. Sorry, Stella, but we will get there. Don't worry. We will get to see Dolus. Go ahead and turn this down just a little bit. Just a little bit, not a lot of it. Okay, I guess it's always up quite a bit. There we go. Okay. Anyways, so there's something I want to show you guys. I'm testing it out right away, but I got it for Spooky Month. But it's a little addition to the stream that I think might be fun. And I'm gonna show you because I already got it going. Boom! Right back behind my head. You see that? So I got a wow. I'm really going, aren't I? You can tell I get pumped right before a freaking stream. Yeah, I got a heart rate monitor. So I have it, I'm wearing it, it's right here on my chest, and it should give you a pretty accurate reading of my heart rate at any moment. So I'm hoping for those spoopy games, you guys will be able to see me get real nervous. I don't know if that's the best part for it, or the best spot for it yet or not, or whatever. I've kind of put it so I can still go over it and stuff if I want, but we'll see. But yeah, I hope you guys think that's cool. I think it's pretty cool little piece of equipment. It was pretty cheap too, so no big deal there. I'm trying to see if I can't calm down. I don't know why my heart rate's going so high. I'm usually resting at about 80 to 90 standing, and then about 70 sitting. I think that's an awesome idea. Yeah, I hope so, because I mean, sometimes when I get like spooked or whatever, or even anybody probably could be that way, you don't necessarily always show it, you know what I mean? And so you guys could at least see it or whatever. Yeah, I think I'm anxious now because I think I get anxious when I stream. But it's coming down. See, after you get started, it just takes a little bit, and then you calm down. But there you go. Now I can do it more often. We don't have to just do it in spooky games too. We can try it in other games or something, you know, and see what happens. Even in Phoenix Wright, I'm gonna have it on tonight just because I want to test it and see if it lasts the whole stream or if we have any technical difficulties or whatever. I want to get that out of the way before we really play a game where it's gonna matter. You know what I'm saying? Dude, my heart rate goes absolutely dumb even when I'm resting. Oh, really? It goes all over the place. Oh, you know, I forgot to start my chat on my chat monitor. One sec, guys. Let me get that going real quick. Had to restart my PC before I started, and I forgot to get Mix It Up going. At least mix it up on this machine. Ah, yes, there was an update. I'll skip it for now. We don't need it. Log in. I'll get up here in just a moment. Me too, Ty. Sustain a higher rate, heart rate normally. Yeah, I've definitely heard of you know, of people having that. Sometimes it depends on size. Sometimes it just depends on, you know, your general disposition or whatever. I watch Evan and Caitlin on YouTube, and I watch them stream too on Twitch sometimes, and they have heart rate monitors. And it's always interesting watching their heart rate because Evan and Caitlin, like Evan's a really tall guy and Caitlin's a super tiny girl. So you just think naturally her heart rate's like 15-20 beats faster than Evan's is, and so it's just kind of funny because she's like always in the yellow and he's like usually like way down in the green and stuff. It's just pretty fun. And the chatting screen when you are wrapping up the stream, is it possible to show the highest your heart rate for the stream? Oh, maybe. You know, I don't know. I haven't looked into that stuff. That's a cool thing to think about. I'll definitely look into that stuff. You know, I should probably go to the chatting screen in these moments, right? Let me try to get better about that. Here we go. Let's chat. There we go. While I get this going. We'll only be here for a moment anyways. Did that get rid of the music though? No, I think the song just ended. Right? Yeah, there we go. There we are. All right, let's see here. Get that chat nice and big. Now I can see you guys over here. Perfect. And we come back to the full screen with the game. All right, so I guess we'll go to the dungeon first. We'll go ahead and get Dolus out of the way, and then we will come back here and I'll do a recap of the last episode before we get started, and then we'll get on into it. So let me go ahead and pause the not actually coming from the game Phoenix Wright music. And we'll go into the dungeon. All right, here we go. See you guys when you get back.
Oh, welcome. Looks like it's just Stella here today. Well, isn't that lovely? It's so good to see you, Stella. You know, we always enjoy having you down here. Always organizing things for us. And do I get to, ooh, a 20. I guess I get to keep you down here for a little more organization. I'm going to be putting you to work tonight. Enjoy the stream, the rest of you.
Welcome back. Organizing the shit. Yeah. All right. I mean, what else is there to organize? I guess I'd have to go down there and look. I like this new edition, hoping it's comfortable to wear for the multiple hours of stream. Yeah, that's another reason why I wanted to try it right away, Stella. You hit the nail on the head there. I wanted to see what it felt like. And honestly, it's very comfortable. I can barely tell that it's on. I've been wearing it actually for... When did I put it on at like 2 when I was testing it out. And I've had it on since then. And at this point, I think it's totally comfortable. It's pretty nice. It's a tiny little guy. Here, I'll show you. I'm wearing a wire. Just a tiny little black chip thing that you have, like a elastic band. Can I turn a little bit more? Boop. It was about $30 on Amazon, I think. Pretty cheap. Please tell us maybe have something new. Hey, what's up, Opal? Good to see you. All right. I've had some new ideas for Dolus. So hopefully we'll be able to implement those soon. It'll take a little bit for me to get everything ready, but I do have some new stuff hopefully coming down. Oh, there's another thing I wanted to announce too. Hey, what's up, Lemur? How you doing, man? Good to see you, buddy. Oh, you know what? While I'm still talking, let's pop over here. So there was another couple things, or at least one other thing I wanted to announce. I want to I'm gonna put myself on the spot here and say that in November, I guess I don't have a date yet, but in November I want to do the Flight Sim stream. I'm gonna try to have everything done by November. I'm gonna try to get a date soon, but I just want to make sure I can get all the stuff that I want to get done first. But there's just a lot of little things that I've had ideas for that stream, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. But I gotta work. I'm gonna try to work with Dan and Papa a little bit to see if we can't even make it better. I'm not going to tell you what any of it is yet, but it definitely has to do with flying airplanes, obviously. So, yeah, I hope in November we'll be able to do that. The heart rate monitor I have is old and clunky. Oh yeah, I was kind of surprised when I was looking at heart rate monitors for this. I thought it was going to be like a wrist thing, you know. A lot of like the watches and stuff have heart rate monitors on them. When I saw that a lot of them that were recommended by the app that actually uses the heart rate monitor thing, that puts it on the screen. They recommended all these like chest worn ones and stuff, and I was like, oh, okay. I didn't really honestly know that existed, and it actually makes a lot of sense now that I'm wearing it, and it feels totally fine. Flight Simulator looks so much fun. Yeah, it should be pretty fun. It's like a different type of fun though, right? So it's not even like lawn mowing simulator in my opinion, because it's not really gamified as much as it's very much a simulator, and it'll be like fun and chill. But I think that's the reason why I hesitate to make it like a simulator Sunday thing, you know, because it's just there's not like the sense of progress and stuff as much. I'm sure it has stuff like that in the game, but like I would just like to like fly around to different locations in the world with you guys. Maybe we can get like a flight list of places to go from the community or whatever. Maybe you want us to visit your city or whatever. Obviously I'm not going to visit your house because we're not going to dox anybody, but you know, if there's like a local landmark you thought would be cool to show everybody, let's try to like see if we can see it, you know, fly by it or whatever. So yeah, hopefully in November I'll have everything together and I'll have a bunch of extra stuff to make it a little bit extra fun for those slow moments while we're flying over the ocean or whatever, and stuff like that. But I'm assuming we won't ever actually fly over the ocean. But I'm gonna have to test all that. That's why I want to set the date later, because I still got to do some testing and stuff and all that. But yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and put that out there so I can hold myself to it. You know what I mean? But yeah, and the only other thing that I wanted to mention before we get started today was that there's 2 new emotes that I put on Better TTV. So if you have the Better TTV app, you should be able to see them in your chat. But if not, you should still be able to see them on the screen. But those are Dom Right, so that's for tonight, which is the W. I always do camel case, where the first word is lowercase and the second word is capitalized. So Dom Right will get you that guy there. This emote right here. And then we have DD Bad Boy, just like DD Good Boy. Oh, I just typed in good boy. I need bad boy. There we go. So when I accidentally do something bad, because you know I never mean to do anything bad in games, because I like to be the hero, you can use that guy. Whoop, 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 whoop. So yeah, I added those today. Hope you guys enjoy those. Oh, also from, there's a few more also that we've got going on that I haven't announced. So yesterday, we put up Papa Kappa. So Papa... and then just the regular Kappa, but Kappa's the only one that's capitalized, again, camel case. You'll get Papa Wolf doing his Kappa impression. And then, oh, there you go, Papa. Yeah, the bad boy, good boy thing. There you go. And then we also have a Dom Ross, again, camel case. And that will give you my remake of the Dom Ross, or the Bob Ross emote. So there you go. Hope you guys enjoy those. Feel free to use them. Even if you don't have Better TTV on your app, in case you don't know, you can still type out the emote to see it on screen. It doesn't care who you are, it'll put it up there. It's just whether or not you see it in your chat or not. It's required by the to have the extension if you want to see it in your chat. But yeah, if you ever need to know what emotes that we have, there's an extension below the stream. It should show you all the emotes that are enabled for this channel. And you can get the text in order to post those on the screen. And there's many more than the custom ones that we have here. I have a lot of generic ones, like some people use like Cat Jam and stuff like that. So for anybody who doesn't know, Better TTV allows us to have as many emotes as we want. So it is pretty cool. So if you're on browser, I definitely recommend getting the extension. It does make Twitch a little bit cooler. Indeed. Yeah, there you go, Stella. And as we get more slots on the channel, we will also be adding those as, you know, permanent ones. I'm even thinking about making maybe the Dom Ross another bit emote so that people can earn them through donating bits, or you know, whatever. And once we have follower emotes, that's gonna be like pretty much everything that I put on Better TTV will probably just move straight up to Twitch under my follower emote section. I'll probably still keep a lot of it on Better TTV because you can, if you pay for it like I do, you can have personal emotes that you can use wherever you want. People don't even have to enable them. You can use them as long as they have Better TTV. So, but yeah, the follower ones will be cool. I can't wait till we get that. And oh, you know, there's one more I wanted to actually, I haven't never really announced it, but there's one more emote. It's our only animated one so far, and it's lowercase DD and then capital cringe, just to see is capital. DD cringe. It's the only animated emote we have, but it's a little video of my face looking at something horrible. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy that. That's actually my favorite emote. It's the only animated one I have so far, and I just thought it turned out exactly as I wanted it to. So, all right, enough tooting my own horn here. That's music's getting serious, so do we have to get serious. Next, I'll talk about it again. Oh, I'm doing good, Boobot. Thank you, little guy. I'd pet you if I could, but there's a barrier. We can only be friends at a distance. It's hilarious. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. I got the idea from anime, actually. I saw someone else who had an anime emote of a guy, you know, like just having this horrifying face, and it was like slowly zooming into his face. And I was like, oh, you know, that would be kind of a funny thing, like a cringing face emote or whatever. So I came up with that, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty much the exact energy I was looking for. Hell yeah. I think the wrist ones are known for being less accurate than the chest ones, and I hear you on the flight simulator. Maybe put the list on a randomizer. Put the, oh, you mean like the list of places to go or something? Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, absolutely. We'll definitely have to look into that. I'm sure I can make some fancy commands or whatever for you mods to maybe even handle the list, maybe. Maybe we could even have some sort of bit donation incentive there somehow or something, you know what I mean? Because I mean, I know you guys like to, you know, I think about this sometimes. I know you guys like to support the stream, but I think it's even better if I can give you like a little bit extra. You know what I mean? It's kind of like buying a cosmetic in a game. It's like you're donating them, but you also get a cosmetic. So I'm going to try to provide those situations a little bit more often if I can. So that might be a good opportunity to do so. And my favorite spot to recommend. Hope you like going to the beach. Oh yeah, I'd like that. I think that'll be a really nice spot to go. I wonder, I don't know exactly how all the mechanics work in it when it comes to landing wherever, but it'd be kind of cool maybe if we could get like a plane that had buoys or whatever and land on the water or something on the beach. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna do some tests on that. I'm hoping to do some this weekend. Maybe on Saturday I'll get some time to do some test flights and stuff, but I got plenty of time. So I said November. Hopefully we'll be doing some stuff in October as well. There have been talks of doing a scary movie night with Strange Planet. So I'll be trying to do some tests to see how viable that is. That will take place in Discord, just because of legal issues with streaming that on Twitch. So yeah. Anyways, shall we get into the game, guys? You guys ready? I can do a little recap and we can get into it. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Maybe the community, I'm trying to think of what that meant, what you meant there. I'm gonna just read what it says. Colson Perpvid? The GPS coordinates itself. The community could provide the GPS coordinates to help. Bam, yep. we got it, Ty. I think we're right. Could provide. Nice. I love that. That's fun. Yeah, absolutely. However we want to do it, if it's just a general area, I guess it depends on how specific they want you to go. But if you just want me to go to like a city that's nearby you or something and maybe see the tallest building, that could be a fun thing to find. But if you want a specific spot, then yeah, totally. Whichever ones we can end up using. That's the kind of stuff I need to look up, though. I need to remember to see, like, can we use GPS coordinates like that? I assume so. But maybe we're assuming too much. I don't know. I've only turned it on once. And I didn't play it for very long. Ty speaks style. There you go. I'm learning. Okay. So without further ado, 21 minutes in. So last time on Phoenix Wright, we started the first story after the first game. I don't know. I can't say that we're in the second game for sure yet. This might actually be an extra story. I'm actually not 100% sure and clear on that. But so this one began where we were just, you know, Phoenix Wright, kind of bored, not having anything to do, and then we met this girl. She just like comes bursting in or whatever because she needs to find Mia, who is like our former boss who's dead. So we told her like, oh, Mia's not here or whatever, but this girl's like, oh, I really need an attorney though, because her sister has been accused of murder. And she's like, there's no way my sister could have done it. And so we end up talking to her and agreeing to go talk to her sister and to try to be her defense attorney. But when we meet her sister, we find out that she is the head or lead prosecutor. So she's like Edgeworth's boss. She's like that very tippy top of all the prosecutors. And she claims that she's guilty. Like she's totally pleading guilty. She says, I did it. There's so much evidence of that I did it. It was definitely me. I'm guilty. I don't need a lawyer. So that threw us for a little bit of a loop. So we went around. We ended up convincing her through emotional reasons, thanks to Emma, to let me be her lawyer. Then we went to the crime scene. We met this new cowboy cop guy named Marshall, and he's pretty funny. We also met Angel Star, who is the lunch lady, as they call her, which she's like a gal that goes around with a bunch of like packaged lunch and sells them to people. And did we meet anybody else? I think that was pretty much all the new people. But okay, so what the case ended up being was, so Lana, this is Emma right here, the young girl, her older sister Lana, what she's been accused of is she has been accused of calling a detective over to the prosecutor's office and in the parking lot murdering him with a knife, but not just any knife. It was Edgeworth's knife that he keeps in the trunk of his car. So she's being accused of stabbing him once in the chest, killing him, putting him in the trunk of that car, and then attempting to flee. But she was apprehended by the lunch lady and been brought in or whatever. And there's like a picture of her in like a bloody overcoat looking at the body in the trunk and everything. So once we got all that information, we went into the testimony, and the witness was Angel Star, the lunch lady. And she's actually a former investigator, and so she was actually trying to kind of play against both me and Edgeworth. She wasn't really on Edgeworth's side, but she didn't want the person to be found guilty. She just hates prosecutors for some reason, so she became very suspicious to all of us, everybody in the stream. So when we talked to her, we found out that she was lying about a lot of her testimony, but we haven't actually proven that it wasn't Lana or that it couldn't have been Lana. We only proved that she was lying. So I'm trying to remember exactly where we left off on because we got to go investigate again. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. So one of her lies was that Lana was wearing a muffler, in which we found out is like a scarf, but she wasn't wearing one, but she did say the word muffler on the phone, and it was when she was talking to Emma, her little sister, because she called Emma for a moment. And in one of the pictures, as we were ending the testimony, we found that there was an image that showed the muffler of the car had something in it. So because that was such a big part of her testimony, the fact that she had said muffler and stuff, we decided that we need to find out what is in that muffler and I guess to move forward. I don't really know exactly what other reason we had for stopping it, other than the fact that Angel Star was clearly lying all the time and she should have been charged with perjury. But anyways, and that's pretty much where we are. So that's where we ended the day there after we came out, and now we're talking to Emma here, and I'm assuming she's not feeling so good about her sister's chances, but we'll see. All right, here we go. And is the audio okay? I did a little test beforehand. It seemed fine, but I'm still gonna be asking for a while since we've had some issues lately if the audio's okay. So you guys let me know. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface? But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Nah, pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell you the truth. Hola, partner! I knew it was gonna be Marshall. He said partner. Good recap, these games are The best balance of goofy and epic. Yeah, absolutely. Sound is good on mobile. Okay, cool. Yeah, the big thing that I'm worried about is happening again. It's that weird stutter we had that day with Lawn Mowing Simulator. How's my heart rate? Man, it's just like, I'm always just a little bit more amped up. Maybe it's because I'm talking. Because when I was looking at it earlier, I wasn't talking either. I was just like, just chilling here, trying to breathe deeply, and calm and center myself. Let me just do that real quick. Let me see if I can lower it. Yes, into the 90s. All right, cool. That's kind of cool. We'll be able to see a number associated with your chillness. All right. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Awesome, Marshall. I am paid. Did you want to see if that would raise my heart rate? Did it do anything? That was such a tricky thing to do. Because that one is so close to like a jump scare. I mean, I still love it, and there's no way I'll get rid of it. It can be, though, pretty close. Now I'm gonna have to get some jump scares and everything set up too for the spoopy scream, huh? The thing that sounded like it was sputtering on Sunday, no, it was causing it. Yeah, it was the NDI protocol I was using. So when I open up NDI, which is the what it is, it's like the protocol that I use to send my video and audio from my streaming, from my gaming PC to my streaming PC. So that way it just uses my network. That's what I'm using instead of a capture card. And shit, where was I going with that? Oh yeah, so there's two different versions of it. They have this one called Screen Capture HX, and then they have this regular Screen Capture one. And I noticed that when I switched to the other one, it started working just fine. So really, I guess my option is just to toggle back and forth between them. If one's doing something annoying, I just need to switch to the other one and it works fine. So yeah, I'm just like trying to test every single time. I have to restart the NDI to make sure it hasn't started doing that. And then if it does, I just switch to the other one and it seems to fix it. So, I mean, that's about as much as I know. I know that's not really, like, I don't really know why it was happening, but I just know how to fix it. My workaround, let's say. Yeah, Pablo, if you're trying to get it. All right, they will be kind of fun. That's the kind of the reason why I think the heart rate kind of thing is cool, because I'll probably make the jump scares bits or whatever. Just to give it, like, that little extra, like... You gotta want to do it, I guess, so it doesn't get abused. I guess that's why I would put it on bits. And I think that'll be a cool thing to have for sure. Oh, there he is. What's up, Dan? How's it going, man? The thing I'm hearing is the music cuts out for a second, but not your voice. Oh, is the music fucking up? Is the audio fucking up? Hey, Dan. How's it going, man? Oh, Splurgus is here as well. What's up, Splurgus? Coming in with the farts. Stella farting all over the stream. That's funny. Got a couple new emotes, Dan. I don't know if you've seen them. I posted them in the Discord general chat if you want to check them out. But they are usable on stream. All right, here we go. Thought I'd come take a look and see what see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worried about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now don't that just beat all? Beat all what? What does he mean? Do you hear it too? What am I hearing? Oh yes, actually you're right. So is it doing the thing again? Do you hear the same sound / song cutting out? Huh. All right. Is it that video also cut out a little bit or anything? I can just try switching to the other NDI then. See if that fixes that. So yeah, if two of you are hearing it, it's got to be stream side. All right, hold up. Of course, right when the music stops too, so everybody can't really like tell anymore. Let me just hide the game real quick. I'll restart the NDI, and hopefully we'll be bueno. You miss Rockman? Thanks, man. No, just the music has stopped. Video is not cutting out. So, but the audio was right. Am I understanding that there was an audio issue? I'm sorry. Now I'm confused. Don doing audio is doing what it was doing before podcasts. God, I can't type. Like my voice is fucking up because that's what was happening before the podcast. All right, you guys have got me all turned around. Can someone give me a detailed description of what's going on? What you guys are seeing? I'm sorry. It's hard to figure out what you guys mean through all that. Just the game music would stop, not the game sound or your audio. Game audio is staggered. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what staggered would mean, Dan. I think I know what you mean. I would, like last time with the lawn mowing simulator one, like I would have called that like oscillating, I guess is what I would have described that as. But sorry to be technical. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what everybody means. Because it sounds like it's doing something different than it was doing with maybe with the, if it's just cutting out for a moment. Okay, let me see here. Okay, opening up a different NDI. I might have to resize the game when we come back in. Frame rate is 60 frames. Audio source is cable B output. That should be right. Let me make sure that that is outputting to cable B input. Yes, it is. Pull up the game. All right, might have to resize it. Yeah, I thought I would. That's the one thing about one of the NDIs that's different is I can't, I have to stream it at 2K. So I tried to use the one that lets me do 1080 because I don't need it any bigger than 1080, obviously. But this one should work fine. It's just if I'm playing a game that, like The Witcher, this one doesn't work quite as well. You'll get a little bit of mosaic happening and stuff. All right, now we just need to get to a point that has music, and then we'll be able to tell for sure. I've seen the red breeze blow at your slender neck many a time. I saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. Oh, that's funny. So the cloth in the muffler, is it gonna be a muffler? How weird would that be? All right, here's the music now. Catch back up here. Not your voice, it's the game sound and song that is cutting out. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's just when Dan told me it was the thing before the podcast, when we were doing the podcast, my voice was all fucked up. That's what got me all confused. Gotcha. Yeah, I figured it should just be the game audio. You guys wouldn't have sat through my entire 20-minute spiel at the beginning if my voice is fucking up, right? I hope not. That's a good way of saying it. Okay. Yeah. Is that, you mean like the oscillation thing? I miss you saying hi. You good, bro? You good, mate? Dom fix. Sweet. Oh, cool. Sounds lovely, mate. Thank you very much. Much better. Okay, cool. Thanks for that feedback, guys. I really wish the HX one would work all the time. It's the one I prefer, but hey, for Phoenix Wright, this is going to be perfect. As long as you guys can hear it. It's all that matters. Oh yeah, so Dan, did you see the heart rate monitor I got going? If you saw that, I don't think you were here earlier when I was talking about that. But yeah, okay, so anyways, back to the game. So she was wearing a red muffler. So that's pretty crazy. What? At the award ceremony that afternoon, Edgeworth seen it too, I reckon. I was not ready for the inner voice.
What does that mean?
Yeah, there's Papa. What's up, buddy? Yeah? Good to see you. See you later. I can't wait to show everybody all your other ideas, Papa. The green screen. How's that new green screen? Did you get that green? You got one like mine in, right? Have you got to check that out or whatever? And your heartbeat has increased. Yeah, when I was troubleshooting that, did it go up? I'm always interested to see that kind of stuff now. Like you can tell I don't get pissed off at the game because I'm just like, what if I like hyperventilate if I can get to go higher? If I bounce up and down. Come on, heart. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Pump it and pump it. No? I didn't do anything? You guess I'm already standing? I don't know. Weird. I went up a little bit. Like, I know I can definitely lower it, but I just calm down. I have not had time to hang it up. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it is definitely a big thing to hang up. Watch that heartbeat go up when he sees our faces. I've been holding onto the card to make you do squats only for when you're healed up, but it'll be fun to do that with the heart rate monitor. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, if you even tried to play solo, honestly, right now I'd probably just give it back to you. I'm not gonna hurt myself anymore with that stuff. I'm so tired of being sore. Which I'm feeling pretty good today. I had some Excedrin this morning, and I think that's really what really helped. But man, for some reason this morning, it was just like some weird pain. You know, like it wasn't the same, so I think it is still like healing. It's just like turning into something, just a different type of annoying, you know? But I'm feeling pretty damn good right now. 25 cycles of hyperventilation will do it. Oh, okay, so we did 25 times. Get that heartbeat up. Yeah, they have I thought it was kind of cool. They have a bunch of different skins you can do, and so instead of having like the number, for instance, you can have the Doom guy's face from the original Doom, and like as your heart rate goes up, he gets like beat up, I think. And they have like a death loop one already. They have a Beat Saber one, which would be definitely a good game for the heart rate monitor. It'd be fucking 200 for me, I feel like. That always gets my heart going. Tomorrow is my stream maintenance night. Gonna work on it and send some pics in. Okay, sounds good. Well, I look forward to it, man. All right, let's get back to the game here a little bit.
In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing the scarf.
So, Miss Star wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell.
I have a bad feeling about this.
So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright?
If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Hoo-wee! February 23rd, 12:32 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Dude, the Doom guy one is awesome. Yeah, wouldn't that be cool? I feel like it's not quite as clear at like what my heart rate is, but maybe that's like the point. It makes it more ambiguous, and so maybe it would like easier to associate rather than maybe someone nitpicking like, oh, it went up 2 heartbeats. You know, if I had a heartbeat monitor, it would either be 500 BPM or flatline. Yeah, it's kind of a fun thing to have, man. It's like a very simple one too. It's like this one was like 20 US on Amazon, and it just goes around my chest right here, and the heart rate monitor itself is right here. I just had to like shave a little bit to make sure that it actually touched skin. But it seems to be very accurate. I can move around a lot, and it's still like, you know, attached and reading and everything, and it's pretty good, pretty comfortable. I've had it on since 2 o'clock today, so that's been like 4 hours. So, and I haven't really been bothered by it. So yeah, man, you might check it out. Just saying. Or at least maybe when you get your streaming PC. I forget, if you had one thing on your scene, it just fucks everything up. No idea why this game triggered this thought, but shouldn't parents be celebrated on our birthdays and not us? We didn't do shit. Yeah, I guess I could see that. Huh. I don't know, I think birthdays, it's nice to celebrate the person who was born simply because it sucks getting old, and it's like a positive way to look at getting old. You know? And I don't know. I think it sort of is the parents at first when you're your baby, isn't it the parents celebrating the fact that they've kept this child alive for like another year by giving it presents like, oh, we love you, we're glad you're still here. Odamo, you shaved your chest, got any vids? Oh no, it wasn't that much shaving anyways, Dan. It wouldn't be that exciting, trust me, bud. Get Dan playing death and see that sucker spike. Yeah, dude, that's what I want to see. I want to see how afraid he really is. Get him to play some fucking Subnautica, dude. The funny thing is, like, that if you were a shark in depth, would you still be scared? Because it'd be so funny to have a shark that had thalassophobia. You know what I mean? A shark that's like, oh god, there's a human. Oh, it's so scary. You know, that's one thing I don't just while Estelle's talking about that, that reminds me of one thing I read once about, which I thought was weird. I read about some psychologists who firmly believe that you should never tell your children you're proud of them, because all you're doing is saying that you're proud of yourself, and that's like a negative thing to do. I totally disagree with that. Like, don't get me wrong, but it just reminded me of that. You know, like, you shouldn't celebrate your kid's birthday, you should celebrate yourself for having done something, I guess. But yeah, I think you should say you're proud of your kids. I think it's an important thing. Make sure you do it. I'd like to resume.
What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution.
Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. They're doubled over. Your back is bent. It can't be! This can't happen!
I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth.
Let me see, where was that? I was looking up Subnautica Below Zero VR mod. Ooh, man, yeah, did they have that? Because I would love to play Subnautica in VR. Especially if it's Below Zero, because I haven't played that yet. And so it'd be brand new stuff in VR. Dude, I wouldn't touch that pissing game. Why not, man? I thought you liked spooky stuff, Dan. Come on, buddy. Isn't being scared fun? I always think it's funny that people will say that stuff sometimes, but then they are like really afraid of something. But like, well, I thought you liked being afraid though. So isn't that like your favorite thing now? That's shitty logic. I shouldn't be that way, but I just think it's funny. We have a better chance to get him in a chicken suit than playing anything with Deep Sea. Yeah. Well, let's get him in that damn chicken suit then. All right. We're going to compromise there, Dan. Stay 100% disappointed in you. It sounds like awful advice. Right. Yeah. That's why I wanted to clarify that I don't agree with it. And I don't think you should take that advice at all. So you didn't teabag that noob. Disappoint. Tell them you hate them with... the boot to boost their character, Dr. Phil. Did he actually say that? It's so weird when people think that kind of thing. It's just like, I feel like they're selling out of their own pocket in a way. Because they're like, they felt like they should have been told that or something. Like, I was told that my parents are proud of me too often, and then I had to have a reality check. So maybe people shouldn't tell their kids they're proud of them or something. It's just like, no, I mean, take it from someone who wasn't told that very often. It's nice to be told that your parents are proud of you, and I think it makes you feel like it gives you self-confidence. You can definitely overdo it, you know. You definitely want to ground your children as well, but I think that you should try to foster some self-esteem. Right? I'm scared of puddles, mate. Why? You should love puddles because you like being scared, Dan. I thought you liked horror stuff. It's funny, like you're scared of puddles, but if there's like a murderer, you just want to talk to him or something. Something participation trophies, right? Yeah, that's like the example of overdoing it, right? So I guess you want to like, they got to lose sometimes, but you got to like let them know that you're proud of them for trying. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Not that you just get an award for just showing up. Whatever. It's balance. Exactly, Dan. It's balance. Yeah. Not that I'm one to talk because I don't have any kids. So what the fuck do I know? I've just been a kid once, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth.
Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable! It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself.
Excuse me, knock knock?
Who's there?
Oh, it's this guy. Who the fuck is this? What the hell?
What's with this guy?
You might ask, I cry every time I turn the tap on. It just gets like worse and worse for you, dude. You act like you can't even function anymore. Yeah, how would a kid suspect some 5D chess move you're saying you're proud of them and some sort of meta level project? Exactly, Spurgus, yeah. It's like you're not even, it's like these psychologists weren't even considering the fucking kid. They're just thinking about like, what does that do to someone who's saying that to their child or some shit? Like, I don't know, whatever. Like, maybe there is something to say about like, well, you shouldn't get too inflated in your ego as well, but I don't think it has anything to do with saying you're proud of your kids. Like, I think it was just a misguided thought on those people's parts. I was so taken aback by that because it was like multiple like professional psychologists that were saying that. I was just like, no. I think they were in the minority of overall psychologists, but it was just weird that anybody would even think that for a second. Aquaphobia is a specific phobia. This is the irrational fear of something that doesn't cause much danger. You may have aquaphobia if you find that any source of water causes you an excessive amount of anxiety. This includes swimming pool, a lake, an ocean, or even a bathtub. Yeah, because thalassophobia is the fear of open water, not the fear of water. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, he's definitely experiencing aquaphobia if everything he's saying was literal. I'm pretty terrified of open water. It makes me sweat even thinking about it. It's interesting. So does like deep space also really threaten you? Is it like the openness, expansiveness of it, or is it because you don't know what's inside the water? Oh, you should watch Under the Skin. Under the Skin's amazing. Yeah, it's a good movie. It's a perfect in that it's a movie because it's what I mean by that is it's like it's a visually told, the story visually told completely. You can't, the story is not told to you in dialogue or anything. It's completely shown to you, and that's one thing I loved about Under the Skin. I'm even afraid of water and fuck that thing. Really, that got you with water? I think I understand the part you're talking about, Splurgus, but that certainly didn't get me. But the very cool movie, though. Is water wet? It's the unknown, mate. That's what I thought, yeah. Because it's not necessarily... Because, like, in space, there's not really an unknown. It's just, like, the fact that you probably... If you're out in the middle of nowhere, you can't push off of anything to get back. Like, that's the fear, right? Is that kind of like the opposite of claustrophobia? I don't think it would be the opposite. I don't know. I guess I don't know exactly what thalassophobia is specifically defined, because I think it's open water specifically, so I don't think claustrophobia would definitely be the exact opposite, but it kind of sounds the opposite, right? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I think you know. Dude, so weird the movie was live in the van. Dude, I know, right? There were actual people. Well, agoraphobia is fear of the marketplace, literally, and so I think agoraphobia has to do with people. I don't know that it was open spaces. I think with agoraphobia, you're afraid of other people as well, like spaces that are crowded. At least that's how I always knew it, because it's literally the fear of the marketplace is what it translates to. No, you're right, yeah. This probably is one, though, for just open spaces, because that's definitely something, right? I feel like I've definitely heard of that before. I think it's a lack of control, which is the main thing about it. I'm popophobia. All right, we're getting really distracted now. All right, let me reread this.
What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom.
Hey, that temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in.
Who on earth is he?
Ah, it's you.
It's just blinking. Okay, awkward.
Oh, sorry I'm late. The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, Udgy. How you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy.
So he calls him Udgy because he's the judge? It's like, what is that called? An anagram? Or whatever the fuck it's called when you mess up all the letters?
Busy, Udgy. My boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed.
Udgy seems like his nickname for the judge?
I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid.
Sorry, but who are you? Aha, so you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son.
Yeah, thanks?
So sorry about your little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly.
Little Worthy?
Mr. Wright. You don't know the district chief of police?
Chief of police?
He is the top-ranking police officer in the entire district.
These little slow blinks.
Name's Grant. Damon Grant. Pleased to meet you, everyone.
Nope, gotta catch up with Chair again. Any afraid of flight folks on here? Are you gonna be afraid when we do the, if anybody's afraid of flight, are you gonna be afraid when we do the flight sim? You just say holy shit to minor stuff because I find it funny in my own mind. I love your face even more, Dan. Oh, you guys get all mushy in the chat on me. I always feel mischief is afoot when we are put together, man. Yeah, you guys definitely get down to some mischief, that's for sure. Damn it, Grant. All right, everybody's getting in that dungeon. Hey, take it easy, guys, on Dolus, all right? He's been, you know, a little bummed lately, all right? You guys go real hard on him, so maybe just tone it down a little bit, okay? I'm looking at you, Dan and Ty. All right? Gotta keep him happy or he's gonna leave on us. No, airplane engine sounds might raise my heart rate. Are you afraid of flight then, Splurgus? Is that what you asked? I can't say that it makes me super comfortable, but I wouldn't say that I have a phobia, that I'm not like phobia level, but I would get on a plane, but it's not like something I want to do if I don't need to. You know what I mean? That would be cool to fly though, because I do really like flying. But it's like just I guess the idea of not being in control, and if the person flying fucks up or whatever and you crash, or just some freak accident, you know. It's different, right? This is a mumless duck bag. No. You know you can't say duck on Twitch, Dan. All right, let's continue with this. So, what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came into this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this.
Hey, that's my sister's muffler.
So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler.
But to think that it was stuffed into an exhaust pipe. On little Worthy's car, no less. All right, you guys ready? Oh, it's Flex here. Hey, Flex, what's up? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming by. Oh, and Vince is here. Nice. I totally missed what you said. You said I'm afraid of heights. Right on. Sorry if I skip any chats. I certainly don't mean to. But how you doing, Flex? Thanks for coming by, dude. Hopefully you're having a good night. Did you know football players can't own ducks? It's a personal foul. That's a good one. I love that. Did you come up with that one yourself, Papa? That's great. I like it. Oh yeah, I love you seeing you guys talking in the chat. Just chilling, man. How are you? I'm doing good, dude. Feeling good, doing good. I got a new heart rate monitor, as you can see, Flex, right here. I'm wearing a wire. And yeah, so I got this for a spooky month, but we're testing it out tonight. And I might be just test it out all week just to see if there's any other moments that we find in any of the games that I'm playing currently that might be cool or something like that. But yeah, definitely got it for some Phasmophobia. I'm gonna be playing with Papa at some point. That's gonna be pretty fun. All right, let's go into the dungeon. Time to enter the dungeon. Where are we at? There's the button. Cue that music.
Welcome back to the dungeon. Looks like we'll be starting with Daniel. Oh, little Daniel, will you be staying down here with Uncle Dolus today? And is that, I think that's a 17 for me. Ooh, actually, I gotta be honest, it's the 3. It's slightly higher, son of a bitch. Alright, Dad, you can leave. Alright, Stella, trying to get out already? Well, I hope I get to keep you down here. You know how much I like to keep you down here. What, 20? What? Is this payback for my 20? Come on, Stella, you don't have to go that hard on me. Son of a bitch. Alright. Well, how about you, Splurgus? You know I've got a boombox down here. We can listen to some pretty sweet bass lines down here as well, buddy. Can I bribe you with some sweet tunes? Oh, looks like I have. Come down and let's listen to some music together. And how about you, Lorax? Would you like to hang out with me? I know you tend to not like me, but I think we can turn over a new leaf, so to say. A 12. Over that, is that a 16 or an 8? It is the 8. Perfect. You'll be staying down here with me. I hope you enjoy.
Welcome back, everybody. Only my mummy can call me Daniel. Is that how you said it? Oh, mummy, mummy. I'm a sucker for bass guitar. Hell yeah, dude. And those songs you've been posting got some pretty damn good bass. If anybody hasn't seen those song splurgers have been posted in the music, definitely check them out. Some chill ass tunes, that's for sure. They've been going on my liked playlist. Catch up with chat here. Dude, he got you, bro. Kick him in the car and runs in. Oh, come on, Dan. I was saying try to be nicer to Dolus. I wasn't kidding, man. Ava, hello. Hell yeah. You played one with the, oh yeah, you're saying that Bolin refuses to play. I think I saw what you said. Bolin refuses to play Faz, does he? We got to get him to play then. He played one with the third gen gamer, Jacob, always, as always, and Cedric on Discord. Barely did anything and immediately uninstalled. That is so funny. Is there like a VOD or recording of that I can see? Because that would be so funny. Did he have his face cam on it too? If he did, because it would be so funny to see Bolin play something like that, dude. Man, that'd be great if we could get him to play with us. Bolin, if you're out there, buddy, you know we want to play with you. You'll be curious as what DTM thinks. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, check them out, Dan. Let us know if you like that the music in there. That's where you posting your own tunes. Sorry, I'm crap with Discord. Oh no, he's just posting some music. I think that he enjoys. Some good stuff. Yeah, I'd be interested to know if you're into that kind of stuff too, Dan. I think you got a pretty good range of music that you like and everything. So always nice to get to know other people's tastes a little bit. And says, oh man, that would have been great to see. Yeah, dude, I would love to see that. Yeah, if he has a video of that, Ty, definitely link it up in the fucking Discord, dude. Totally have no idea of the context of this, but I think I'd like it better that way. Dude, I wish they had recorded it. Oh, did they just play it? Was he just telling you about it after the fact? They should have recorded it, because that would have been great, man. He needs to stream with us or something. Like, when we go to play it or whatever. If he has VR, especially VR. I mean, maybe not if he gets that spooked by it, but I think Phasmo is best in VR, personally. Last time me and Vince were playing it, I definitely enjoyed it a lot more when we were in VR. Definitely a lot more immersive and everything. Check it out, my man. Hell yeah. Yeah, check him out, dude. It's some good stuff. Gonna try to talk him into it. Do it, Vince. Do it. I was in VC with them for most of... Oh, so you got to at least, like, experience it, right? Cards are out in BRB. Okay, thank you, Stella. I appreciate that. I actually totally forgot about the cards, so I really appreciate that you did that. I couldn't get past the tutorial in VR. Oh, really? Was it too spooky for you? Gonna be rough for me this month. Oh, man. See, that's interesting, because I've always felt like I was a really sensitive person because I don't like horror stuff growing up, but now it feels like when I play horror games, I don't get spooked that much. It's just more like my level of interest will vary with horror stuff, it feels like. So I don't know, because Vince also said it's like a completely different game now, because he said there's a lot of new stuff in it, so maybe it'll even be spookier for me this time. Kind of hoping so. I want to get this heart rate up, dude. You know what I'm saying? This guy is hilarious. I like it just sits there and blinks. What is that? A sheath? A knife?
It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this.
Oh, okay, so it's got the knife in there. What does that knife have to do with this?
Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I have no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you, wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair! On the day of the crime, I had... Your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'd expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made.
Ah. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words.
This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Ah.
The court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first.
Yes?
Just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife.
The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not.
Could you open it up for me, I wonder?
Well, yes. I think all you have to do is push that switch and...
If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore.
Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore.
Come on, just hurry up and open it.
On autopilot?
It's kind of crazy, but Solo Phasmo is so scary. Yeah, I bet. It definitely would be more scary, too. I think that's maybe part of the reason why I wasn't ever, like, got by it too much, is because I think I only really ever played it with events, so that might be also part of the reason why it didn't get me. And I saw the code so quickly. I feel like that, if you can get past the tutorial and kind of see how all the mechanics work, you can kind of see the code, and then it's not nearly as scary, you know? It's just like the jump scares that kind of get you after that. You like the bass, don't you, mate? Yeah, fantastic music taste, mate. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff, right? I posted a track from a band to check out. May or may not be your vibe, Blurgus, but the bass player is pretty much the main player, and you might like his work. Hell yeah, dude. I'll check that out too, man. So we just click this. Oh, whoa, it's broken.
Wah! Don't scare me like that.
I'm the one who's scared.
Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off.
And the stark red stain. Blood?
Switchblade knife added to the court record. Where was this found? Found at the crime scene, wrapped in the defense's muffler. Small tag attached. Okay, that's interesting. So this is what was in the scarf, was a switchblade that had a broken tip and blood on it. And it looks like an evidence tag. I feel like that tag is to tag it as evidence. Huh. This is a twist indeed. I wonder how this is going to make her not guilty somehow. Halfway though, there's a song I have on my playlist, kind of similar, dope. UK is rad. Hell yeah, dude. A lot of good stuff going on in the UK. Music-wise, for sure. I'm a big Arctic Monkeys fan and Queen fan myself, so definitely like me some UK music. Got some recommendations to show you as well. Hell yeah, there you go. I like it when we bond over music and stuff, dude. I love seeing that.
This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife?
Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one, really. Call him out to the parking lot to discuss that knife as evidence to a different case. Yeah, there you go, Ty. That could be, dude. Could be for a different case.
This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence proving a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess! The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this case here, so I can't talk much about it.
So is that why all the police were on edge? Because one of them died? An investigator died? Like, what? Is that why they didn't put Gumshoe on this case? Because they thought he would die too? I mean, they said it's because he's too close to Edgeworth, but... Fuck, I don't know. The plot is thickening, I think. It also depends on how weird you want to come in. Let's get weird. UK music is pretty epic, aside from rock from over there. I really enjoy UK rap generally, and also drill specifically. Oh, drill? I guess I don't know what that means. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, the grime movement is pretty big over here at the moment, man. Oh, what's that kind of sound like? Is that like a grungy type of deal, grime? I know Grimes, the the musician or whatever. I assume it's not like her music necessarily, but maybe. It just almost seems like a grungy type of word, so I wonder if it's anything like that, or how would you describe that, Dan? Yeah, it's not officially linked. Yeah, I read that one.
There was a murder at the police department. A detective.
That's hush-hush information, Ajay. We haven't exactly announced it yet.
Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office.
Order, order, order. Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay?
I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright,
2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places.
The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course.
I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand.
This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation.
Should I press him on that? That seems like something that would be pressworthy. I guess since he said to be careful and keep my stuff on point, it made me think like, well, maybe I'm gonna get penalized at some point if I press something wrongly. The game has been very forgiving on that so far. Grime is pretty epic, yeah. Look for an artist called Stormzy. He's massive here, the pioneer, pretty much. Oh, of Grime, okay. It's like rap UK trap music, Damo. Not my cup of tea, but I appreciate. Okay, cool, right on. Yeah, I usually don't look for rap stuff myself, but there's definitely some hip-hop and rap music that definitely pulls me in. I've heard of Stormzy. Hey, there you go. Yeah, he's like the biggest artist here at the moment. Okay, and so his is like, he's pretty firm in the grime genre. So I'll get a good idea what grime is, looking him up. If you can, maybe post a Stormzy song. Ty, if you like Stormzy, maybe give us a recommendation where to start. I also really like Skepta. Nice, those are some cool names. I like that. Almost like a Twitch name or something, like a screen name or something. Skepta, yeah, I know him, seen him live by accident. Oh, nice. Do you actually like know him, Dan? Yeah, I saw him last week. He's a good guy. Let's go ahead and press this.
Something happened at the police department too, huh?
You got a good look in your eyes there, righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry.
So something did happen, and why wasn't I informed?
Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask?
Nah.
No matter, I understand. You were busy. What with Lana's case and all.
Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day?
Yeah, I didn't get penalized for that, even though it didn't really give me much. Detective was killed at the police department. You see, what a mess. Let's go ahead and push that one.
On the same day that the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department?
That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Ajay?
I'm at a loss for words. In the perpetrator, do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
Just arrested? That was quick.
But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, righto?
Yeah, he's my uncle. You mean my uncle? or he's much uncle? Am I missing that?
I suppose I could help, if you help me by giving me data on your case.
Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only.
Oh, fuck. Where the victim was found, how the victim was killed, when the victim died. Okay, so I feel like how the victim was killed might not be too big of a deal because we have a knife, a switchblade, in fact, that we think has been already linked to this somehow. Well, no, because she couldn't have had the switchblade in the muffler if her murder happened at the same time. So maybe it would be good to ask how the victim was killed. Fuck. Where the victim was found, it was at the police department, but I guess we could get more specific, but I don't know that that would help too much. When the victim died, I think is probably the least important. So I think how the victim was killed might be the best. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm gonna go with. Alright guys, I gotta lurk. I gotta be up in 5 hours for work. Sounds good, dude. I'll put together a few music recommendations together for you guys to check out when I get a chance, guys. Have a wicked stream, Damo. Love you guys. Love you too, man. Thanks for hanging out, dude. And I can't wait to see that music, dude. Yeah, if anybody has any music that they would like to share with everyone, definitely throw it in the Discord, dude. That's what it's for. So I'll get to know each other a little bit better through our music taste. Hey, there you are, Dan. Thumbs up before you go to bed. Sounds good, dude. Have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. All right, how was the victim killed?
Well, how was the detective killed?
The detective.
How was the killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we in the force call a stabbing with a knife.
Knife?
That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit we're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same.
What do you mean?
There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death.
It seems like I'm going to have to press this a little bit harder.
Oh yeah, because the other thing that was similar was the time of the crime. Yeah, I guess I could try to push that then.
5:15? But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office.
What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances?
What are the chances?
Coincidence?
This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there is a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Grant, please tell us more about the incident.
It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk about much about it.
I'll try pressing that.
How can you say there's no connection?
How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't say anything. I can't say anything I please, righto. You understand? Try to understand, righto. Well, if you can prove there is a connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together?
Whatever it is, I'd better find it and get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office, and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence.
Sorry, I need to get a drink here. I got a little spit in my throat. All right, there we go.
And that knife! What was it doing there?
I'd better check this knife out.
All right, let's look at the court record.
There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean?
I'm not sure.
But it reminds me of a similar code. DL6. Maybe it's a case number?
That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either.
Maybe I should check in on the court record again.
Okay. Something in the court record, maybe? Let's keep turning this over. Doesn't look like there's anything else, really.
Zoom in. Zoom in and enhance.
Shit, I'm slacking on my hydrates now. I always appreciate that you do that, Ty. But yeah, don't worry about it though, man. But yeah, I definitely appreciate that you do that. Ooh, 675, like this? 675, is that? No, that's 92. That's all 92. Look at this. It's all okay. Don't see anything that looks like that here. Oh no, that is right. Right? Because it says I'm looking at it upside down, right? That's SL9, and this is, yeah, SL9 but upside down. So instead of 12-2, it's 221 SL9. This is just written backwards. Okay, but what do I do with that info? I think we need to keep pressing. Let's go ahead and press this one. Me too, gotta save the Forest Lorax. We need you in tip-top shape.
Excuse me, special? Mm-hmm, hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Raito, but I can't say that now, not that. We've established that the knife is in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? That's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. A muffler. Unless there's evidence to prove the connection between this knife and Goodman. Oh, then that would be I would have to present him that. But let me press this real quick. I think I got it. This knife was found on the scene of this knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there are a lot of things that go on in the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Raito.
Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, righto?
Why is everybody doing that?
Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time.
And so, how are things down at the department?
Okay, we'll go back. Present.
Objection!
Wait a second! Ah, at last, an honest-to-goodness objection.
This knife. This has to be something to do with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? Ah, an honest-to-goodness what do you mean from Udgy. This is great.
Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92.
And this is important. Why?
Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim.
What's this? 6 minus 7s 12/2?
Your Honor, it's upside down.
Upside.
The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get?
Boom! Aha!
Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down.
SL9. That's the same thing that is written on the knife's tag. Order, order! Well, Chief.
Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, righto.
I win?
What game is this guy playing?
This knife was evidence in the case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room.
Okay, so now I gotta press that, right? You always gotta press the new thing that they say.
So this knife was stolen?
Yes, but on the day of the murder.
It was evidence, you say? Was it in fact a murder weapon?
Nice, nice, nice. Good show, little worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved.
So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. And it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edward's car.
Hard to think there isn't a connection there.
Okay, is that all we're gonna get out of that? Nothing more to say? Alright, hold on, I'm gonna switch to seated mode real quick, guys.
Hooah!
Alright, here we go. Well, it's a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed. The police department, see? What a mess. So I think I've already pressed all these, though. I don't know if I pressed this one. Something happened at the police department too, huh?
You got a good look in your eyes there, righto, my boy. Sharp. Hungry.
So something did happen. And why wasn't I informed? Okay, I did do this one.
Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand you were busy, what with Lana's case and all.
Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day?
Had to have pressed that one already, didn't I? On the same day on the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? I think I did do this one.
That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy?
I'm at a loss for words. In the perpetrator, do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
Just arrested?
That was quick.
But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, righto?
I suppose I could help if you give me data on your case.
Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only.
Okay, so I didn't realize I could do this more than one time, because he says one thing and one thing only. Okay, let's now ask where the victim was found. So, tell me, where was the victim found?
Well, I can't speak to where the corpse was found. But I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department.
The evidence room? Wait a second. I have heard of that.
The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now?
This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the from the department's evidence room.
As I finished typing Cat Jam Savage, yeah, then the music switched, yeah. It's alright, I saw it while the music was still going.
There's a connection between the two cases.
You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case.
With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Grant to testify about the details.
It's not officially linked to this case here, so I can't talk much about it.
So... how do we make him? What do we do next, Phoenix?
Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven.
You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What is your connection?
Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number of the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room.
Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here.
Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department.
See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet, and all.
Can we get the information unofficially?
Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all.
What? Really?
Who would have guessed?
I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay?
If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything?
Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly.
Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him.
The victim's division, the victim's ID number, the victim's gender. The division would be like, I think, the most relevant thing.
Okay, well, what division was the victim stationed in?
Oh, you want to know that, do you? Do you? Aha. Criminal Affairs Division 1, the detectives responsible for homicide cases.
Homicide? That would be the same division as Detective Gumshoe.
Detective Goodman, who was killed in the underground parking lot, was homicide too. It's almost like a serial killer who's after homicide detectives. Except this serial killer happened this serial killing happened simultaneously, scientifically speaking. Well, I sure hope Detective Gumshoe isn't next on the list.
2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office, and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence.
And the knife! What was it doing in there?
I better check this knife out.
Okay, I think we already went through that part because we looked at the knife, right? It really wants me to look at the knife again? This lady framed Lana while Cowboy whacked the other detective, calling it. Oh, wouldn't that be interesting if it was Marshall? I wonder if Marshall would have a reason. We know the lunch lady was kicked out of being an investigator by prosecutors, and that's why she hates prosecutors. So it would make sense that Angel Star, or whatever her name was, would be involved. But Marshall? It could be Marshall just because they maybe made Marshall that character instead of Gumshoe. That could be, there could be like a storytelling reason for that, right? Well, we gotta make we can't make a Gumshoe if he's gonna be the bad guy. We gotta put some new character in here real quick. And maybe that's why Marshall figured out his way onto the case too. You know, you might be on something there, so I want to find out, man. I already went through this. I don't see anything about this knife. I feel like we've gotten everything on it. Zoom in and enhance. The only thing about this knife that I can even like look at is the tag. So I don't know why the game keeps telling me to look at it. Is there something in the court record that I can then associate with the knife? Now, what does this dude have to do with anything? I'm really confused with the Blue Badger panel. What does that have to do with anything? The knife. What would the knife have to do with anything? ID card found at prosecutor's office, crime scene.
A name and ID number are written here. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID 5842189. I wonder why they only use numbers for IDs. What else would they use? Letters, silly. They're the reason we have a written language in the first place.
True.
Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID YBADAB. See? Wouldn't that be better?
YBAGAB? Well, it does have a certain ring to it.
Exactly my point.
It doesn't take much to amuse her.
I don't know what that's going to do for us. Whose coat is that? I'm confused about why she's wearing a coat here. Her arms aren't in the coat. She must have put the coat on after stabbing him if she did that. If she did indeed stab him. And she no longer has the muffler on here, so she put the knife in the muffler before this shot was taken. Do you think the lunch lady stole the knife and planted it somehow? Because she knew so much about the muffler thing. It makes me wonder if she didn't take her scarf off of her and do that herself or something for some reason. I don't know. I'm not even sure where to go at this point. Like, what does the game want me to do? There was evidence in the case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. It was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. The detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? I don't see much with the timestamp. I was looking at timestamps, but we got 5:18 and 5:12, but neither are really doing anything for me here. Not that I can tell. Yeah, she did some garbage. Yeah, right? She had to have done something, right? She's definitely super suspicious. Fuck, I have no idea where to go with this. Let me look at Edgeworth's trophy. Does this have anything to do with it? It's just broken and everything. We'll put here. I know we've read this before, so I'm gonna kind of skip through it. Yeah, Von Karma. We talked about him. That's it. Okay. I might have to look up a hint for this because I honestly don't know where. Does anybody have any ideas of where I could go with this? Because I just like, I don't even know. They kind of left me out to dry here. Wrapped in the defendant's muffler, small tag attached. I gotta present something, I guess, at some point. Scary coincidence, eh? So maybe I should press this again. We'll see what he said. I don't remember. 515. Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? Murder at the prosecutor's place and the murder at your place at the same time. What are the chances? Chief Grant, please tell us more about the incident. Okay. But it is officially linked. Let me just press the last thing he says again. Why do they keep showing me this? Like, I need another hint because we've already done that. But have I pressed the last one? I guess I don't remember if I have, so let's try that. You're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly.
Oh, well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him.
Yeah, it's probably one of these other things. I forgot I had 3 options here. I should have known to come back to this. That's my bad. The victim's ID number, because we do have an ID number for Goodman. I don't know that that would match up here, but we'll check it out. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You wouldn't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. Isn't that Goodman's? Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 8, 2. I can't do it.
You didn't even get to the first number. You didn't even get the first number right.
You can do it. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department. 842189. Yeah, because his is 5842189. Oh no, this starts at 525842189. So that's, yeah, it's Goodman's ID number. So you're saying that the victim there was also Goodman? 2 victims that were the same man? I think not. That's gotta be something, huh? This tells me something. This tells me nothing. No, it tells me something. It tells me that it's good. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning?
It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean?
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department. Tells you something? Well, what does it tell you?
I guess I'm gonna present this. Witness!
What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night.
What the fuck? No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do.
The police department. The prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time.
Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here.
Oh, is it yours?
No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman.
Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret.
Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189.
And this means what exactly?
Because he already forgot what the number was. Wait a damn minute exactly, Ty. Huh?
Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That's started with 82. I forgot.
You didn't even get the first number right again!
The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Now I'm doing it, fucking judge.
Wait a second, right. What does this
mean? That's what I want to know. The two ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that?
Oh, sharp as a tack. Right-ho, sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot.
Yet a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department, in the evidence room at the exact same time.
That's impossible. So what you're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time, and in a completely different location. Order, order, order. Chief, what does this mean? No, what I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case.
Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered.
Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this.
Wait. I said, wait. Or did you hear me?
Eh.
The oversight, the grave error. Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours.
What? How? How dare?
We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy.
Officer Meekins.
Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha!
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir.
You don't mean him?
According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe.
But your officer, he told me. He said that report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident.
Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report.
Ah. Why didn't your officer tell me?
Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged.
In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy.
But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I...
No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. Oh, shit.
What?
Now, what was the second rule of evidence law?
Well, Mr. Wright?
Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant?
Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list.
So, what does this mean?
I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court.
Which I connected.
The connection was just proven by Righto over there. Good job, Righto, my boy.
Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! It seems we have come to the end of this trial.
I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all these rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December.
I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. But Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I do.
You'd better get results this time, really.
You have my profound apologies, sir.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned.
To be continued right now.
We gotta wait. Ba-da-da-ba-ba. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Mr. Wright? So, what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused.
Huh? Well, let's see.
What is going on?
On this episode of Dumb Dynamite. Exactly, type. Perfect. I love it. It'd be funny if I could get some sort of graphic for that or something. The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5:00 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot in the police department evidence room, and in the police department's evidence room.
What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car.
Well, that's what we're going to find out.
Or try to, at least.
All right, let's do it.
Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this.
Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us.
A cool opening, pretty in fit with the channel. Yeah, like an Alan Wake bit. Did they do something like that in Alan Wake? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I definitely. I remember at one point I was trying to do that. I remember when I first did the very first Storytime Tuesday game. That was actually when I called it Storytime Tuesday. Was Night in the Woods. And I remember with Night in the Woods, I actually bothered to like download the previous stream and then pull it up on stream and then like click through it to show you what happened and everything. And I have like a previously on little thing up there. So I've definitely tried that in the past. But maybe I could just do like a recap slide or like a little animation or something cool like that. Could be. Yeah, a bunch of times in the cutscenes. I also think the DLC. Oh, okay, right on. It's been so long since I played Alan Wake. I haven't played it, I guess, since it came out. I think it's the only time I ever played it. And yes, I just totally forgot about that. Which I'm definitely going to be playing Alan Wake again once they come out with that remaster. You know it. I'll be streaming that. Spooky month or not, it's a good game. I really liked it. American Nightmare was horrible, but the first game was good. February 23rd, Prosecutor's Office, Underground Parking Lot.
You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares?
Wait, there wasn't even a body found there? Well, we have the body right here. So she did find the body. But why was it in Edgeworth's trunk? Oh my god. What the fuck is happening here, dude? Yeah, I kind of would have forgot if it weren't for the news of the remaster and sequel. Oh, yeah, the DLC was weird. Had good music there. Oh yeah. So is that what American Nightmare was considered, a DLC? Because it was a completely separate game that I had to launch. So I guess I always thought it was sort of like you know, not like a major numbered sequel, but like a offshoot game or something. Yeah, American Nightmare was pretty bad. There was like, I feel like if it wasn't attached to Alan Wake, maybe I could have enjoyed it more. But like I played it right after Alan Wake, I think. Or maybe it was a little while after, I don't remember. But I remember going into it thinking it was going to be more Alan Wake, and then it was like Gex, Deep Cover Gecko feeling. And it was just like, what, dude? What? Like a continuation because Alan was stuck in the lake or whatever the ending was. I forget. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, that's what I loved about that. I guess I don't want to give too much away since we're probably going to show some people who've never seen it before on the channel, but the way the story works is pretty fucking cool, dude. It's a lot like a movie. What are you saying? What, Ty, about the dead body thing? They didn't even find a body there? Is that what you're saying about? Because, yeah, what the fuck's up with that, dude? The thing that just happened in the game, right? Yeah. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? It's like, why isn't that like a major thing we're talking about?
Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie.
Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it.
That oil drum, was it empty?
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never!
Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister.
That's not it at all! It's just... we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her.
Emma can hear what we're thinking. What the fuck? So we went from having a medium to a psychic? Because she always respond to what Phoenix just thought. And I feel like the game's finally now trying to make it so obvious that we notice, you know? But I've been noticing that the whole time. She seems to always respond to what Phoenix just thought. I think that's funny.
Big words for a high school student.
Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away.
Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright.
We get to use luminol now? Because luminol would still get it. That water's not going to wash away that, right? Luminol will find traces of bodily fluids. So I'm surprised that wasn't even brought up earlier.
Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid.
Fuck yeah. Luminol?
Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there.
But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Right?
Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try.
Me? Why do I have to do it?
I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet.
We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it.
Here, look. I'll lend you these glasses.
Huh? You had an extra pair of those things?
Whoa. To test for blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some bloodstains.
That's badass. I was excited to be able to do some luminol. The thing is, like, how does she have luminol on her? It's like a multi-part system. I've watched a video of like a cop actually showing you how they have to like mix it together, and there's like different brands that have like different pros and cons to using them in different situations. It's actually pretty fucking fascinating. Examine. Zoom in and enhance.
I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses.
So, this is a blood stain?
It's so...
Emma, you're shaking.
It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood.
Scientific investigation in action.
Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course.
What's odd about this, scientifically?
The bloodstain's location, the amount of blood, I would say. For a guy being stabbed, it's just a couple of drops. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood?
I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe.
It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have been more blood than this.
Hey, Mr. Wright! I'm going to mark on the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay? See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right?
Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too.
I saved up my allowance to buy that.
Luminol testing fluid, solution used for scientific investigation, finds blood traces, spray to use.
We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case.
Then let's drag the hidden evidence out into the light of day.
Yeah! It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it?
Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious.
Ha!
Who's that? Oh, it's her.
I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box.
Miss Star!
You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house.
Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering.
You certainly put me in a tight spot today.
My apologies, Miss Star, but
No, it's okay. It was my fault.
Oh, we know.
I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry.
Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable.
oh, she's using the mean eye.
Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear on my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman.
I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what?
That photograph? I'm still thinking that jacket has something suspicious, right? Why does she have that overcoat on? And we don't really see any bloodstains or anything on the wall. Oh, there's also 2 barrels behind her. Does that matter? Interesting.
So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star?
Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up.
Coughed it up?
They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the Cough-Up Queen.
Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches.
And you were let go? Or fired?
I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident.
Oh, okay. She's connected. She's connected.
SL9?
Wait, she doesn't mean...
Dude, she's fucking guilty, dude. Can we just take her in now? Bake her away, toys. Show her this fucking knife, see what she says.
What do you think about this?
The SL9 incident, it's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know.
Really?
That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed.
Oh yeah, didn't they say they were like cleaning up evidence and stuff? So I wonder how that's connected. As I suspected, the SL9 incident isn't over yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Tell us more. What? What? You bitch! Damn, I guess we're just gonna have to examine away. How do I spray the stuff? We got an infinite amount of this, Emma? You got more in the back? We're just fucking spraying it on everything. Oh, is there anything here? Oh, we do have something here. Da, 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 da. This phone must be from Winlana.
No, my sister isn't the murderer.
But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged.
Hey, just whose side are you on?
This has nothing to do with this has nothing to do with taking sides.
So, this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. It just keeps getting worse.
Yeah, but couldn't it have been her own blood if she was injured though, right? Oh, we got a hydrate from Ty. Appreciate that, buddy. Go ahead and finish off what I got here. Got another one in the fridge for later. Thank you very much, sir. This is a pretty good one. It's blue raspberry from Minute Maid, and I would say it tastes like, you know, like Push Pops or whatever, those frozen Push Pops. It tastes like the blue color of that as well. Pretty good. It's like you melted one and maybe watered it down a little bit. Pretty good. I like it. All right, so we looked at that. Let's spray this. I felt like the barrels would have some, but I guess they wouldn't have had blood. She just kicked it over, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't think they can talk to her about it anymore. Examine?
Here, phone. Let's see if it works.
Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. Okay, this is what we had last time. Yeah, she thought she was deaf or something because it doesn't work.
That's where you found that note. 221 SL9, the SL9 incident. A case that was due for transferal the day of the murder.
And the detective in charge of the case was the victim.
I wonder what kind of case the SL9 incident thing was.
It's kind of hard to guess just knowing the case number. But we needed to get fucking what's-her-face to say something about it, but she doesn't want to talk about it. Fuck. The clue right there. Sounds awesome. Yeah, right? It's pretty good, man. I just found those at the gas station, those Minute Maid ones. They got a bunch of different flavors and stuff. It's nice. It's nice finding more things that don't have caffeine in them, you know? So this is the famous oil drum.
Well, no time like the present. I'll try to kick it over myself. Hi-ya!
But that's okay. Don't cry.
That Lana Sky must be one strong woman.
We tested that. Should we move now? Let's try the police department. See what we can do here. February 23rd, police department entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday.
The detectives are running. No, the detectives are running around so fast they're blurring.
I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all.
So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is.
She's like a kid in an amusement park.
Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look.
Can we? Guard station, I guess, is where we need to go first. Oh, look at it in here. That's pretty funny. I wonder who hangs out in this room. It's funny. He's got this big Texas sign on the front of the desk there, but they told us he's from West LA. It's just like so funny how fake he seems. February 23rd, evidence room entrance, guard station. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric.
According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room.
So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime.
It sure seems that way. Oh.
What's wrong?
It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight.
Lame ass, yeah, right. That's so funny though.
If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert.
What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard?
I have a feeling I know who he is already.
Yeah, me too. It feels like that lasso laying there looks like a bit of a trap. We step in that and whoop. We gotta examine though, right?
Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal.
I would think just one big one would have been sufficient.
These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually.
How so?
Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her.
I'm not so sure I see the resemblance.
It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. There's a security guard uniform hanging here.
Yeah, it looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly.
A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... what was that called again? A punchy, a paunchy, a pinchy... I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it.
It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being.
Oh, she didn't read my mind that time. Fake deep, yeah, because she's like describing her as like the cactus or whatever, and then Phoenix is like, I don't think so.
It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check out who went in and out of here.
Yeah, I bet we could see who the fucking murderer was if this is fucking recording. You kidding me?
Look on the floor, a lasso.
Looks like it's set up as to trap something.
A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed.
I'm sure, you sure have an active imagination. Hey, Shyla, what's up? How are you today? How are you feeling? Hopefully you've had a wonderful day. Hopefully everything's been sunshine and rainbows today. We're doing pretty good. Got some cool stuff going on so far. Some pretty big little twists here. I know I said big and little, but kind of like little bits of evidence that actually have very huge implications, which is pretty cool. So do you want me to give you like a little bit of a recap, Shyla? I certainly can if you'd like. You can even use the command ! Recap if you like. Pretty easy, and if I'm honest, the shit that didn't go well, I don't care about. Well, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. That sounds good. Okay, so the recap of the story. Okay, you got it. So what we found out today so far. Well, do you remember last week, Shyla? Should I just go over it today, or do you need me to go over the entire case? Because I can go over the entire case if you want. Shouldn't take but maybe a couple of minutes, if you'd like that. or I can just go over what we just said. Okay, just today. Okay. So what we started with today was, so as you knew, we finished the testimony of Angel Star, who was that liar-faced liar woman. And so what we ended up doing was we were looking at that cloth that was in the muffler that was in the muffler, if you will. And so we went back into court like right away, and the person who came up to the testify stand was the chief of police. And the chief of police had gone out of his way to go ahead and get that fabric from his liar face liar lady, the big titty lady. Did she have big titties? She's the lunch lady. That's what we knew her as. She was like the once detective, and she had like the hat that had the rice cakes on it and stuff. I mean, she was definitely like an attractive character, you know what I mean? The lady with sushi on her head. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. She's the liar face liar lady. Yeah, that is titty lady. Okay, gotcha. I always get distracted by her hat, so I always think of her as the lunch lady. Let me see. So, yeah, after her testimony, the chief of police was in there, and the chief of police went and got that fabric that was in the muffler that we were all worried about last week. They're the big, just prominent. She wears a push-up bra. She wants you to believe they're big. Distracted by her hat, of course. Wink. Well, it's not like it's any coincidence my heart rate goes up when she's on screen. Which, by the way, Shay, I don't know if you saw this, but I have my heart rate here. I bought it for the monitor for Spooky Month, but we're testing it out tonight. So, might be testing it out all week. We'll see. Anyway, so yeah, chief of police came in. He had gone that fabric that was in the muffler of Edward's car, and what he revealed is inside that cloth there was a switchblade. That switchblade had a broken tip and some blood on it, and it also had a tag on it that indicated that it was evidence from a previous investigation. So that was pretty interesting. And then he also said that there was something had happened at the police department, and like that very same day that the murder happened. And what it was, we found out, was that there was a murder at the police department. So someone got murdered at the police department the exact same moment that apparently our victim died. So there was two killings at the exact same moment, and they were both stabbings. The big part there was, what is this, Law and Order SVU? It's starting to feel like a little bit. So yeah, the crazy part about them both being, it wasn't only a coincidence that they died at the same time, but the victim was the same person. So they didn't actually find a body apparently at the police station, which we just found that out after we got back out of court. But they didn't find a body, but they knew that it was Detective Goodman that died there, apparently. I don't know if it was like DNA evidence or what. We haven't actually got all the details to that yet. But Detective Goodman was the person that died in our case, and he was 30 minutes away, apparently, when he died, to Lana stabbing him at the prosecutor's office. So that's like the biggest like weird thing that's happening here. Apparently, the same guy died in two locations. So kind of what we're thinking is maybe he was killed at the police station, and then he was brought to the prosecutor's office for some reason, and then then the thing with Lana happened, and she obviously didn't actually stab him, but it just whatever happened there. But that's about as much as I can piece together at the moment. She apparently did call Goodman over, is what they said, but I don't know if we have any records of that. So I don't know. But so what we're doing right now is we're going into so we went back to the scene of the crime, and we actually got to use a luminol, which is pretty cool. So we sprayed a little luminol on the floor, and we saw, because the reason why we did that is because if you remember last week, the lunch lady had accused Lana of tipping over a barrel of water in order to hide the bloody footprints as evidence. So we went there and we used luminol to see where the blood would have been. And there wasn't very much blood. There certainly wasn't footprints to be hidden, but there was just a little bit of blood there. And it wasn't even enough blood for someone to have just been stabbed in some sort of struggle right there. So that was interesting. We also found that someone's blood was on the telephone, and Lana was said to have tried that telephone. So she may have had blood on her hand, but she also had a wound on her hand when we first met her. So it probably was her blood, I guess. I don't know, but maybe we'll figure it out. But after that, we talked to the lunch lady a little more. She didn't really give us anything except for the fact that she was connected to the SL9 incident, and that she lost her job like after the SL9 incident. So there's that. She's definitely connected somehow. I think she's the bad guy. And so now after that, we're going to the police station because we're going to try to get into the evidence room and look at that scene of that crime. And so now we come into the guard station, which is just outside the evidence room, and we found out that it looks like Mr. Marshall is the security guard for the evidence room, if you will, because there's a bunch of cowboy stuff here. And there you go. That's where we're at. Women who wear push-ups should be sued for false advertisement. Yeah, it's a little harsh, but I think I get what you're saying there. It was for evidence transfer. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was marked for evidence transfer. So I don't know if you remember that last week's trailer, but Edgeworth told us that there was this big, what they call like cleanup or whatever, where they were like moving old case files and evidence and stuff to be stored somewhere else, so it's not in the police department or something like that. And so this was one of those cases that was being kind of cleaned up. And so yeah, like Ty said, it was for evidence transfer. The Switchblade, the perp killed Goodman, framed Lana, and tried to hide the evidence. Yeah. It is all definitely human blood. Are we assuming it is? We're assuming it like a lot of the blood stuff because we haven't actually like tested a lot of it. Like when we saw the blood on the telephone, well, we can't actually test the blood, I think, because all we did was use luminol because everything's been cleaned off. So we just used luminol to see that there was blood there. But I don't think once you use luminol, you can actually test the DNA. It could be wrong, but it's certainly in the game we didn't. But yeah, that's because all of the blood had been washed away by the water, like on the ground. So all we could see is that there was blood there, but I don't think we actually got to get a sample of it. But yeah, this is interesting for sure. Absolutely. And you're very welcome for the recap. Happy to do so. I just want everybody to know what's going on so that we can all be deep in the mystery. So it says,
This swinging door makes this place look like some kind of saloon.
but look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way.
Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch.
I'd say it'd be more of a yar myself. The evidence room is beyond that door.
Let's just walk in. It won't open.
You thought it'd be open?
I think we need someone's permission to go in there first.
Maybe Gumshoe? I was kind of surprised I couldn't just use the Goodman's ID here to swipe his ID, but they probably would have disabled it by now, and if not, that probably wouldn't look good anyways. So, pardon the yawn. So let's go back to the police department entrance, and we'll go to criminal affairs and see if we can't get permission from like Gumshoe or something. Did you have a good day, Dom? Yeah, I think it was a good day. Yeah, for sure. Got some stuff done. I got my new heart rate monitor in, which was really cool for Spooky Month. I was excited to be able to get that going, and it was super easy to put together. Oh, look how relaxed I am now. I'm only at like 86. At the beginning of the stream, when I was standing up, I was like at 100 to 110 for some reason. You could tell there's a little bit of anxiety I have when I start my stream. But yeah, it's a really cool little device. It costs like $20-30 or something like that, probably between there somewhere. And it was super easy setup. So that's pretty awesome. Hope you guys like that. So what are you doing tonight, Charlie? Doing any painting or anything? Working on anything? February 23rd, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here.
Well, there was a vicious murder in of a detective down at the police department.
Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot.
This makes my head hurt.
Well, first things first. Let's go check out the police department crime scene. Oh, what? Friends network? I got disconnected? Okay, don't know why that needed to pop up in front of everything.
Yes, you sound dead set on investigating.
But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now.
But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either.
So, how am I supposed to get permission to go in there? These are detectives. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tighter than I'd expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Okay, that's probably all there's to see here. There's that badgy guy, right? So this is the police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger, future star of the police force.
The design's a little changed from the one outside.
Ah, well, the Dancing Blue Badger TM is still under development, you see.
You have it trademarked?
Absolutely, it's cutting-edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter, and she burst into tears.
Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then you'll give her nightmares.
That's funny. That's what I was thinking, Shadow was break in, but apparently I just didn't have the option to do anything like that. Now I'm going to switch to standing up. Sometimes with my my glutes being so sore, when I sit down for too long, I get this like flank pain, and it's super annoying. I had it the entire time I was sitting down. It's just like, damn, dude, leave me alone. Fucking muscles, man. Move. Nothing to examine here. We said that we needed permission. So there must be someone. I just thought I'd see Gumshoe here at the police department, but maybe he would be at the detention center? February 23rd, detention center. Visitor's room. Because this should be Lana, if anybody. Looks like Miss Sky is in questioning.
I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine?
How's she supposed to answer that?
Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gaunt say they'd arrested a suspect in the police department murder?
Let's come back later.
So, fuck, where do I go? The fuck you want me to go? Am I supposed to present something to her or something? I don't fucking know, dude. Shit. I need to get into that crime scene, but I don't know what to do. She certainly can't give me the go-ahead. I have no idea. Present her the badger, let's do it.
Could you take a look at this? You? Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right?
No, but thanks.
She didn't even look at it.
You must have it to brew the leaves a long time to get rich flavor like this.
We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing.
I knew it. That's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite.
The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time.
Bitch, yeah. I think I'm gonna have to look up what to do next, because I just honestly have no idea. I feel like I've already exhausted all my options, but I don't know, let me see. I don't mind giving myself a hint, I guess. Are you kidding me? Damn it. I was trying to. Oh, there's walkthrough. Okay. Just gotta click that, bro. Here we go. I think that's where I'm at. Oh no, I'm doing it. I'm on the wrong one. Sorry, guys. One moment. Oh, there we go. I found out where I'm at. I'm on day 3 of investigation, I think. Let me click day 2 first, just to be safer. Okay, I'm only on day 2. Okay, we're gonna have a third day of investigation. Spoiled that for myself, my bad. Okay, spray a few times, amount of blood, luminol testing fluids, got that. Today's route, Detective Star. Okay, so you can get her to say it, so what do I need to do? Okay. So I do have to present something to Angel, and I have to present her the photo. I guess that's why it said something about the photo last time, but I don't. It felt weird to do that. And it doesn't make sense, I think, like why would you be incentivized to show her the photo there? If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo. Yes.
In other words, 5 minutes after the crime?
Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were.
The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Star. Your lying was the problem.
Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time.
That time?
There it is. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. Titty Lady's a big fat liar. Okay, yeah, now that you said call her Titty Lady, I'm looking and I guess I can see why you call her Titty Lady. I'm just always looking at her face. I always thought like Maya or Mia as being more the Titty Lady because every single time Maya would turn into Mia, she would put her arm under her boobs and like rest her boobs on it or whatever, and it was just like suddenly Maya had a huge rack. So that's I guess why I got confused earlier, because she's Titty Lady in my opinion. But I guess they all have some titties. The incidents really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable.
Disposable? To who?
2 years ago. It was the biggest case I'd ever handled. And look at this ragtag group of peeps. She's got her little hat on, her beret or whatever. We got the cowboy and then this classic detective dude. It's funny. It's anime after all. Yep, that's true. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence.
So they didn't solve it?
On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed.
Executed?
Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred.
What?
But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence, of a sort. Made up evidence.
What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence?
The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job.
And you were one of those?
Myself, and one other person you know well.
Wait, could it be?
Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated the case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us.
Wait! Those lunches you sell!
There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in these accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends? How many does she have, anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence.
There has to be a connection!
So, rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case.
Yes.
Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch? Sounds pretty good. I know a certain guy who might help if you tempt him with his treat.
Ah, that's how we get into the evidence room.
Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he your, and you his... are you going out?
Why do you want to know?
I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then.
This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective.
But now he's so cold.
Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that.
I see. Thank you.
Officer Jake Marshall.
Well, I think we know where to go now. All right, from where, Stella, would you like me to do your recap? Did you already put it in the recap message? Okay, cool. I need to make it so it doesn't delete all these freaking commands all the time. Yeah, so you let me know where you want that recap from, and I'll definitely give you that. Because you were here earlier, I believe. Ooh, and Lemur wants me to hydrate. You know what? I need to actually grab another drink. So thank you, Lemur, for redeeming that while I wait for Stella to respond about the place she wants me to start from. I will go grab a drink. Thanks, man. Be right back, everybody. All right, I'm back. Recap from the first time the chief of police was on the stand. You missed the entire stream, Stella? That's the beginning of the stream. Oh, that's funny. That's fine. I can definitely do that. No problems there. I think that's funny. All right, here we go. Oh, let me take a drink real quick. I got some peach this time. We're gonna try that one out. Haven't gotten this one yet. Take a little swig of this, and we'll recap. That's pretty good. If anybody's familiar with Sonic Peach Ring G Fuel, it's like a way more flavorful version of that. It's good. Thanks again for that hydrate, Lemur. Okay. So, from the beginning of this day, we had the, as you knew, the chief of police was on the stand. what we ended up getting from the chief of police, sorry, I was getting sick. Oh no, no, there's no need to be sorry. It's all good. It's all good. So I just hope that you feel better. I didn't know you were getting sick. So the chief of police, when we talked to him, we found that he had brought evidence with him. He brought the cloth that was in Edgeworth's muffler. And inside that cloth, we found out was a switchblade. A switchblade that had a broken tip and blood on it. And also it had a tag. And that tag indicated that it was a piece of evidence from another case. We found out that that case number is SL9, and that note that we found on Goodman's body, the victim's body, was actually the case number. Using that link, we connected these cases together, and we got a little bit more information out of the chief. The chief let us know that someone died at the department, the police department, in the evidence room, and that they died at the exact same moment as our victim. Now, the craziest part was that when he gave us the ID number of the victim that died at the police department, we matched that to the ID number we had for our victim. So apparently our victim also died at the police department at the exact same moment, is what it all came down to. Is that Officer or Investigator Goodman died both at the prosecutor's office parking lot and in the evidence room at the police department at the exact same moment. The very fishy part, I don't know why it hasn't been brought up that much, but was that the police department, they never found a body. So I'm not even sure how they identified it was Goodman. But yeah, they never found a body. And so that kind of, what happens there? That we ended up the testimonies there, basically. So Edgeworth asked for another day of investigation so that he could put everything together, because all this evidence, he should have actually had the evidence, but the reason why he didn't have the evidence the day before is because he dismissed that rookie police officer that came by with that report, and so like it was really making Edgeworth look bad, and he was pretty upset about that. But anyways, he asked for another day, and so we're investigating again. And so with our investigation, we went back to the scene of the crime, and we did a little luminol, sprayed a little luminol around, and we found some droplets of blood next to where the body was, but it wasn't very much blood. That was our big note on that one, is that it wasn't enough blood that someone was murdered right here. And then we also found a little bit of blood on the phone there that was on the hook, the one that Lana supposedly tried to use to call Emma, but it was broken. We didn't identify whose blood any of it was, because I think it was just a luminol test. I don't know if you can even get DNA after luminol, but either way, we didn't know whose blood it was. We just kind of were placing the blood with like at what time this would have happened during the incident. Then we found the lunch lady there again. We talked to her a little bit more. We found out that she was a part of the SL9 incident, and that we found out that during that investigation, they were having a really hard time finding evidence. So she worked with Jake Marshall, Goodman, and herself. They were all on this investigation. And during that investigation, they ended up convicting somebody and executing them, but they never had evidence. And so the lunch lady is accusing the prosecution of fabricating evidence in order to get a guilty verdict, and then they executed the guy based on fabricated evidence. After that case was completed, she said that the basically the prosecution office or whatever demoted a bunch of people. So Jake Marshall got demoted to a security guard, and then the lunch lady got fired. But apparently Goodman was still there. So I guess something bad happened to him, because he was still like an intro detective, I think. But either way, so they lost their positions and stuff. We just found that out. And so now we're trying to get into the evidence room that apparently Goodman died in at the police department, so we can actually look at that crime scene and try to find evidence as well. And so that's where we're at. If I missed anything, please let me know, anybody who's been here. But I think that pretty much sums up all the important parts, the broad strokes. And yeah, I hope you feel better soon, Stella. I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling sick. It's not good. Okay.
This place is charged with frantic energy, as always.
Please.
Huh? Wasn't that...
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for a chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
Yeah.
I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence.
The criminal? You mean...
You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal?
On the same day that the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? And the perpetrator. Do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect, just arrested him, in fact.
I'll be okay, either it was my nerves or I'm pregnant. Thank you for the recap. Oh, well, let's hope it was the latter then, right? Am I right? Or am I right?
It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
But Detective Gumshoe, who was it?
Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch, pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly.
That's what I was typing. Yeah, there you go. Hell yeah. Wait, don't leave.
If you want to know more, head down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he's down there having a good cry. Later.
He ran off to the evidence room.
Well, this investigation is off to a running start.
We still can't get in. Okay, so we need to go to... Okay, we're getting a little bit of a detour here. Now we gotta go to the detention center, it seems like. So, here we go. I guess we gotta... For some reason, it doesn't show up here in this list. So I have to go back to Wright & Co. offices. And then go to the detention center.
February 23rd, detention center, visitors room.
Steak for lunch. Damn. Yeah, sounds actually pretty good. That was a country fried steak. Sounds pretty good. And some rice. I need to go for it.
Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did.
Best not to go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing.
Whoa.
What was that?
Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I say I was the perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say.
No, it's this guy. My bad. He's the wrong voice.
Hi, greetings, sir.
Wait, I know who you are.
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir.
Officer Minkins. So you're a guard here at the detention center?
No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman. I'm like a little lost lamb, sir.
Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report?
No, sir, how should I say this?
Wait, he isn't... Is he?
You, Officer Meekins. You didn't... Did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir!
So he's like also admitting to it as well? Is like Lana is? What the fuck's up with these? Like people like to say, I'm guilty. No fucking way, right? I don't know how this guy can pull off anything like this, and nor does he have motive at all. What the fuck are the police doing? Meekins is a weirdo, absolutely. Everyone is sir, yeah. He has like an inferiority complex or something.
What?
Now this is an unexpected turn of events.
The day of the crime.
Sir! I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir! Sir!
Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins.
I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir.
So normally there's a guard at the evidence room?
That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall.
Marshall?
Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person, yeah!
the heck is this guy doing?
So what happened then?
After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center.
How long were you out? Days?
Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir.
A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky.
No, this guy is goofy. Yeah, no, I like the crazy characters. They're a little bit more fun to like get voices for. I feel like sometimes, even though maybe a little more challenging, I think it's more fun.
Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office.
First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, yes, sir,
Don't you think you should just confess?
But sir, there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed the knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... Huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared.
What?
Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock, oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt?
The victim's body disappeared?
That's some story.
I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily in the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sire, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature forms. I don't know any detectives.
So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir.
At least someone around here is more confused than I am.
He can't answer a straight question. I know, it's so funny. It's just sir. He's like just so flustered he can't get anything out.
Officer Meekins, this is for you. Hey, I'm scared of a knife, sir. It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir. I was being peeled.
On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife.
He's overreacted to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot.
You said it was that one, but let's try Edgeworth's name.
Officer Meekins, this is for you. Eek, I'm scared of knives, sir.
He says the exact same thing. He said that's the one to both knives. But that doesn't tell me anything. Time for dinner. See you guys tomorrow night. Sounds good, Charlotte. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. Hopefully you have a good night. Enjoy your dinner. I don't think there's anything else to present him with. Take another look. Should I show him the memo? Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir?
He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright.
It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Okay. I feel like I haven't gotten a whole lot out of him. So what's your read on Meekins? I don't think he did. I don't think this guy has it in him. I don't think he has the gonads to do it. He seems like he's too all over the place. He can't even answer a simple question, and I feel like he was like that the entire time we've known him. I guess we haven't known him since that murder, right? Because we've always seen him after the murder would have happened. So maybe he's always just been like this because of the murder, but it seems like they treat him like this all the time. So he's probably always a weirdo. I don't know. I don't think he did it. He doesn't seem to have any motive. It would be strange if he did anything, you know? There's a deep evil in that boy. Yeah, I don't think I can see anything here, at least not yet. Remains to be seen. I guess let's try to go back to the evidence room. God damn it, Jake. Why are you not on duty, you piece of shit? Oh, man. Shit, I'm gonna have no idea what to do next again. No, I'm just gonna peek. Why not? Imagine that Jake Marshall is still a detective. But since then, he's been very cold. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Well, there's something we can do in here. I just found out, like an extra thing it says here. So let's try that. I didn't even think about doing this, but you can spray luminol in here. Nope, that's not what I want. I didn't want to look at the luminol. I want to spray the luminol. The luminol would not have lasted this long. I think it has like an expiration that's actually pretty quick.
Wow, we got a reaction.
There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's plenty messy. Someone must have tripped over something. Implanted their head right on these spines.
I think that might be more painful than being murdered.
What if that was Meekins? What if he touched that? That's why his hand was all bloody, because he had touched the cactus because he fell over, I guess? Maybe when he got knocked out? We're gonna try everything now. We got infinite luminol, baby. That might be the only one. Oh, that's cool. You get an achievement for that, I guess, in some versions of the game. Okay, all right. I thought about doing this too. I totally thought about it. My bad. Unless he is completely acting like a doofus and it's all an act, I can't see him doing it, especially if he is scared of knives. Yeah, a lot of stuff seems like it's not lining up here, right? Gotta go. Have a good one, Dom. Right? Sounds good, Papa. Have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. All right, let's see here. So what we needed to do was we had to show him one more thing. Detention center. Present. So we had to show him Goodman's ID because it's gonna jog his memory. It's kind of a mild thing to do. Wouldn't have thought of that, but I can see it. Makes sense, I guess.
Do you think you could take a look at this?
Hey! That's it, sir. That's it. That's it.
That's what?
My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? What happened? Correct, that card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir, that's exactly it. Nothing could be done exact, sir, nothing. No, nothing could be more exact, sir, nothing.
I'd better pry into this one a little deeper.
Yeah, there you go, Stella. Using that new emote. Okay, now I need to talk to him about the crime details. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little, lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card.
Well, that sounds pretty much like by the book so far.
That's right, sir! That's what I've been trying to tell you! So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me! What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him.
Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him?
Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. That's funny. Preemptive strike.
What happened then?
Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here.
Right.
So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you?
What do you mean, Emma?
Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim whom we met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card.
In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim.
And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That's it, sir, that's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines.
Huh? But you still ended up here?
They told me that it had to be me, or it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear.
Huh? Videotape?
From the security camera. The crime! My crime! The crime I swore to stamp out! It's there! It's me! It's on tape! Are they fabricating evidence? Because, you know, it's kind of interesting. I just kind of thought about this, but the lunch lady, Angel Star, was talked about how that the SL9 incident was all about fabricated evidence, basically. Like, the whole thing was proven with fabricated evidence. I wonder if the people who are, like, she and whoever else she's working with, maybe Goodman, apparently, because he was one of them at that table in that little cutscene. Maybe he's trying to fabricate evidence against the prosecutors and stuff, too. You know?
And you waited until now to tell us this?
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks. I have my own.
Well, guess we'd better go check out the crime scene.
God, can we finally do that? My God. Check it out. His, do you see his little ID badge? How he's also doing the salute in that. What? How do I get in there? Like, I don't understand. I just keep coming back here. There's nothing to fucking do. We better go check out the crime scene, says fucking Phoenix. And then what? For what? What the fuck, man? Come on. Help me out. Throw me a bone. All right, let me see. I'm leaning on this pretty heavily. All right. What? It says, looks like you need to investigate the scene further. Move to the criminal affairs department. Why the fuck would I go to the criminal affairs department? That's not the place the crime scene was. What the fuck? I don't understand. Audio and video still clear. Thank you very much. Appreciate that checkup. Let's see. Move. Criminal affairs department. Here we go. Now that was a weird move. I don't know how I expected me to think to go here when it said we needed to investigate the scene of the crime.
Hey, Mr. Wright! Look who's standing at the chief of detectives desk.
It's Police Chief Gant.
And you're sure this is all... You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all the drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. Under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you'll call me right away, do you? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir.
The Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered.
Ah, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much?
Oh, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright?
It's like his tie is weird, right? Because it's like look, it's like he's got a bow tie and a tie together, which makes it a cross. It's kind of interesting, huh?
Is Edgeworth going to be okay?
Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, you're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep, well, they had no end of trouble with that boy since last year.
You mean the incident on Gourd Lake?
It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, righto?
Von Karma.
Oh yeah, I forgot Von Karma was a part of it too, wasn't he? Yeah, because we did the whole like the metal detector in his shoulder, or whatever, to find the the bullet or whatever that was left over. That was such an interesting case. I like the way that turned out.
A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence.
But wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a little bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What?
It's downright odd, I tell you, the detective getting killed on their turf, too, I mean.
There being the prosecutors, I assume?
Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says.
What evidence is this?
Now, righto, I can't give away all the secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it.
I wasn't expecting much anyway.
You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives' trap shut.
Nah, he was the one you were picking on earlier?
Huh? You saw that? Whoops.
I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do.
Let's see if we can find let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him.
Shit, what are we trying? Fuck, I kind of blinked out there. What were we trying to? We got to do a present. Ah, shit. I don't know what we were supposed to present here. Let me just read through it again. Stuff secrets, can't stand them, but you know. Whole time just keeping the chief detectives. Okay, da da da. What was he wanted the chief detectives to do? What it was he wanted the chief detectives to do? Do I present him with a switchblade knife? I can't even do that? Or did I not hit present? Yeah, I forgot to hit present.
I was wondering, could you take a look at this?
Ah, sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find the guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one.
The guy who can't sit still? Does he mean Detective Gumshoe?
Neither him or the dancing blue badger. I wanted to kind of discreetly ask him. Maybe this one?
I was wondering, could you take a look at this?
Ah, sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy.
It's still there. Okay, so the same thing. She's talking about discreetly ask him. How would I do that? Let me look it up. Let me look up a little hint here. Alright, just looking at these bullet points, it looks like there isn't something I'd have to present him, so I'm just going to go with that tiny clue. And we're just going to move on. Try to see if I can figure it out. Examine. Oh, this guy.
Oh, sorry you had to see that.
What exactly did the chief of police want you to do?
Oh, there you go. Right, because we're asking the chief, not the chief of the investigators, not the chief of police. I gotcha. Okay. So I was right.
What exactly did the chief of police want you to do?
Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in that trash can.
So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here?
Of course not. Well, except for this.
What? You kept something?
Sure, why not? It's not important. You didn't even finish writing it.
You got a hydrate from Ty? You got it. Glad they have some more peach drink.
That's good. Very sweet.
What the whistle, exactly. No, I need my foot pad too. I'm just sitting on the floor. Ah, there we go. It's good on the feet. Oh, did I pull the green screen now? No, we're good. Tugged it a little bit, but we're good.
It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete.
A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something?
The date on it is February 21st.
Better make a note of that just in case.
Yeah, February 21st was on that sticky note. You think that's when the incident was like going on or whatever? Goodman's lost item report added to the court record.
Nice to really get back to investigating the police department crime scene.
So now we get to do that? Are we sure? Are we feggin' sure? Oh, he fucked up his ID. It's 5'8", not 5'9". Yeah, all it's got is the date, but that date is a connection, though. It's a connection to this guy. 221, cell 9. Oh my god, he's still not here. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? What do I do then? We gotta get back to investigating that crime scene. We can't get in there, Phoenix, because apparently fucking Marshall's not doing his goddamn job, dude. What the fuck? I don't want to look at the fucking walkthrough anymore. Son of a bitch. Fuck, where do they want me to go? I guess I was supposed to fucking hop on one foot and spin in a circle or some shit. God damn it. I miss, what's the phrasing for, Lemur? You know, I've been meaning to add that one to be like a required message, just so you can like let me know what it was, just in case I didn't catch it. Did I say something? I totally didn't catch it. God damn it, Marshall, you're making me look at this fucking walkthrough again. I just hate going from like scene to scene to scene just to see something triggers. It's not exciting gameplay. Wait, what? So after I talk to the chief of detectives, the chief of police will just grant me access to it? Oh my god. How did I supposed to know that? Now I just talk to him apparently, and then I get permission to enter? Like, why? Why? I don't know how I'm supposed to know that as a player. Like, come on. For Ty saying what that was. Oh, there you go. I gotcha. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Huh? Well, I never thought that day would come when Rido asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room? I love the slow blinks from this guy. It's a subtle animation, but it does a lot. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. I do look like a selfish man. Or do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them 50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content and knock yourself out.
It just goes to show you never know until you ask.
And for you, here, you can borrow this.
Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it?
In fact, that's still Goodman's, isn't it? Or maybe not.
That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
You just run along now and do your best. Now later, folks.
And then he fades away.
It looks like cool. It looks pretty cool on the lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID.
You seem happy.
Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir.
I think this place is a bad influence on the girl.
There we go, card reader. The evidence room is beyond that door.
And we have an ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open.
Aha! Card reader is turned off, see?
What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina's skies so gray?
Officer Marshall!
Why does it have to be him?
What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my salute.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw.
Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting.
Looks like the card reader's on again.
While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions?
Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres.
You're busy then?
Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you.
Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us, hombres.
That smell. Reminds me of Texas. A place I've never been in my life.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
Nah, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, Miss Star.
What's this?
What? What's wrong?
A filet steak lunch. I see.
I don't see. I wonder what it means.
All right, Bambina. You win. Ask anything.
Finally, it seems like...
He's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
Got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it.
Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us.
Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy, I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly.
He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know?
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security camera system?
I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know?
Miss Star told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. It's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Star, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago, the day of our case.
That's right. The evidence transferals.
Edris was talking about the transferals too.
I know that what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras.
Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned.
If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
He's a young boomer. Yeah. He doesn't know anything about technology. Is that what you're saying?
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman are they on one of those tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard and you reckon?
One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card.
That's the card reader by the door.
The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through.
So this is the ID card record.
Hey, I've seen that somewhere before.
Sorry, Bambina. I can't show you more than that.
Huh?
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before.
Yeah, and it clocked in there at 5:14. How the fuck does that work? So, yeah, he went in there, got murdered, and then moved, apparently. I'm so confused. Or was he murdered at all?
Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing.
We can. With Goodman's ID card.
Sorry, but could you explain what that whole transferal thing is about?
We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see?
So what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever, dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated.
And that happened to SL9 2 days ago.
The timing is not a coincidence.
See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot.
The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again.
Hey, it's the first person, all sevens at 420. Think that was an accident?
Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. Blaze it!
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait,
what did Officer Meekin say?
sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked the Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me.
Because he didn't have his ID card?
If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
All right, compadre, you win. I guess I'll give you this ID card record.
IDs for all who entered the evidence room on 2/21.
Now I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here.
Okay, well, that's good and dandy, but we need to go into the evidence room. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. Got a whole corridor there.
It's quiet. The investigation must be over here.
So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue.
Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
Oh, Gumshoe.
Eat!
Whoa!
She smack him?
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard?
Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them 50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate the room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, it's true.
So, Chief of Police Gant. Will loan anyone $50, even me?
That's so funny. I knew that's what he was going to focus on.
Oh, so that's what you were talking about?
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today.
Just for today.
Boss for a day.
But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're a boss for a day.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you'll want to have this.
The floor plans, okay. Pretty standard L-shaped room. Okay, nothing big there. Should we present him the ID card thing? Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing.
Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at that time. Whoa!
What is it?
That second number.
It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What? What?
Why would Edgeworth have come in the evidence room?
At 4:40, Edgeworth was in the evidence room. And then almost 35 minutes later, Bruce was in there and died. So who is this second person? The second person was in there twice. They went in there and then they left at 5:14 before the killing as well. Well, that's pretty fucking suspicious. Or they went in there twice. I guess that's not them leaving, right? They went at 4:50 and then they went in again at 5:14. Right? They were with Bruce, I guess. Within the same minute, right? Yeah, hold up, hold up.
So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again.
I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in there? You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course. I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open?
I always believe Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see.
I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't stand to get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SO9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe we can get him to tell us more about that case.
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it.
Using their ID card?
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coated with a fingerprint.
That's pretty high-tech, dude. Pretty fancy.
Beep. So the only locker we can open is our own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it,
Zap! You get a shock.
if that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoky every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
At work, we clocked in and out with our fingerprints. Oh, really? That's cool. That's pretty high-tech. That's probably actually a pretty good thing. I remember at when I used to work downstairs where I work now, I used to be the assembler, and I heard a story about how there was a person who, or like a couple of people who would do this thing where one of them would come into work and clock the other one in because we had cards. and they would just swipe each other's cards or whatever and give each other days off all the time, but paid days off, I guess, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's freaking gnarly. And there was another lady, I guess, that was so addicted to gambling, she would come in, swipe her card, and then leave, and then just go to the casino. Fucking crazy. Yeah, that's fucked, man. Yeah, absolutely. Fingerprints would have fixed that, though. Yeah, that's the kind of people that ruin it for everybody, you know? And then all of a sudden, nobody can be trusted anymore.
Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner.
That looks like a car door.
There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame.
Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away.
Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing.
He's been shot square in the forehead.
Better him than us.
There's something sticking out of there.
Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here.
There you go, pal, making me out like some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too.
I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either.
If you're going to talk behind my back, don't do it right in front of them, pal.
We're gonna talk about someone behind me. Okay. Oh, can I examine each fucking locker? Are you kidding me? We're gonna do that?
This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams.
I'm not so sure about the dreams.
Huh. It won't open.
Did you really think it would?
Hey, pal, our security is high-tech around here.
Okay, so that covers all of those. Got another pile of junk. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here.
What sorry looking fishing pole that is? Or what a sorry looking fishing pole that is.
The bamboo rod.
Ah, that's my personal pole. I never get around to using it.
Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Yeah, that's the stuff that he offered us, right? He offered us a fishing pole and the metal detector. I think one other thing.
Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to solving the case out at Gourd Lake, remember?
No, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, that's a bug sweeper. Now, I'm sure it will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later.
That cheap looking box?
You can't judge a person or a machine by the cover. You gotta look at their heart.
Hey, HP, what's up, my guy? What's up, man? Nice hair, broski. Thanks, dude. We're playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, and he's got some crazy hair, so I thought, why not? Do a little cosplay, you know what I'm saying? It's my lawyer outfit, or my Dom Wright outfit, as we call it. Got a new Dom Wright emote I put out today, too, for better Twitch TV. Check it out. Dom Wright. Boom. If you have better TTV, you'll see it at least. Hell yeah, dude. How you doing today, HP? Thanks for coming by, man. Always good to see you, buddy. Hopefully everything is going good over on your end. Slide on over into those DMs. I'm good, bro. Thank you. Good to hear, dude. Hell yeah, man. All right, let's see. So have you seen any of this game yet, HP? Pulling up on the legend before I jump on myself. Oh, nice. Sounds good. Gonna tab you up, sir. Keep killing the stream. Oh, thanks, dude. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Once you pop up, I'll try to pull you up in a tab as well. All right, let's see. Yeah, this is what we got to look at. We got this fingerprint here, or the handprint, which looks pretty suspect. Got a bunch of good stuff over here. I'm gonna need some luminol too, I bet. Actually, no, not really. Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying no to? I'm sorry, HP. I think I got turned around. Was it that you've seen this game? Did I ask you that?
What's this? Blood! It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here.
Blood. Yeah, I've seen the game. Okay, cool. Right on. Yeah, if I'd seen the game, gotcha. It's a pretty cool game. It's it's a point and click adventure or whatever. But I mean, if you're into anime, it's hard to beat it. It's definitely a lot of fun. I'm gonna be playing through the entire trilogy that they came out with recently. After we played the third one or the first one, I was like, I think we just gotta keep playing this, guys. This is a fun game. And I get to do all the character voices, which is fun. I always enjoy that. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off.
Mr. Wright! What if there are other bloodstains left in the room?
We should use her testing fluid to check it out.
Well, let's look at everything first, Emma. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, alright, girl? You've never seen any anime point me in the right direction. Where do I start? But you've never seen any anime? Oh, man. It's hard to know where to start because anime itself isn't a genre, right? It's like saying film, like you've never seen a movie before, because there's so many types of anime. So it kind of depends on what you're into, HP. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to think of something that got me into it, something that popped off the top of my head. And anybody in chat, feel free to ring in. But I really like Death Note. I think that's one that a lot of people end up liking is Death Note. It's pretty cool. It's on Netflix too, I believe. Oh, leave me there. Yeah, like what TV shows do you like? Yeah, that would help us out if we knew kind of thing. Attack on Titan. Yeah, Attack on Titan's fucking sweet, dude. If you're into that. Def comedy and edgy content. Okay. You might like Attack on Titan. Maybe check out some trailers and stuff for that, HP. Seems to be ubiquitous one. Yeah, it is. Absolutely, Ty. I believe so. Everybody likes Attack on Titan. It's just fucking good, though. That's why. Like, objectively, at this point. But yeah, I might check that one out, Pro Wrestling Heavy, if that helps. I bet there is a pro wrestling one. I don't know of it, but I bet you there is a pro wrestling related anime out there. Cowboy Bebop is considered one of the all-time greats. That's true. Cowboy Bebop is also a good one. If you're into any sci-fi HP, that one's a really good one. It's like a Western sci-fi kind of thing, because it's Cowboy Bebop. If you guys think of any other really good ones, keep them coming, man. I feel like every time I try to really sit down and think about stuff like this, I would blank. One Punch Man would be good if you like wrestling. Okay, there you go. Yeah, One Punch Man. Yeah, and that it's pretty funny as well. If you like comedy stuff, then One Punch Man's definitely got quite a bit of comedy in it as well. All right, so check these out. Are they on that website that streams them? I guess it depends on exactly which one you mean, but Funimation has a lot of them. Like Death Note that I mentioned earlier is on Netflix, I believe. Attack on Titan's on Hulu, I believe. If you have Hulu, Attack on Titan's on there. Something like that. I recently joined a site that has pure anime, so that might be a Funimation then. And so yeah, it should all be on Funimation or Crunchyroll. If you have Crunchyroll, it'll be on there as well. You'll find most of these, if not all, that we're talking about on there. A lot is on Hulu. There you go, Ty. Yeah, that's the only reason why I should probably pick up Hulu again, because I think there are some things on Hulu that Funimation doesn't even have, but I'm not sure. Yes, Crunchyroll. There you go. Okay, cool. Yeah, if you got Crunchyroll, dude, I know Attack on Titan for sure is gonna be on there, and I'm pretty damn sure One Punch Man is on there too. I think those are two. Definitely check them out, man. I think you'll like them. That's badass that you got Crunchyroll, dude. So you're just trying to get into anime recently? I hope you like them, man. Definitely let us know what you think. We're always down to talk some anime over here, dude. I'm gonna start with One Punch Man. Hell yeah, dude. That's exciting. I'm excited for you, dude. Enjoy it, man. I've only watched the first 2 episodes of One Punch Man when they were subbed, so I need to watch the dubbed one, I think. But I've heard only good things about it for sure. I've heard a lot of people rave about Demon Slayer as well. Yeah, I watched some Demon Slayer, and it wasn't for me, but there's a lot of cool stuff about it. It was a little too shonen, I guess is how I would describe it. Like the story was kind of fast and loose with some things, but it had a lot of cool content, a lot of cool fighting in it. You know what I mean? Like the abilities are cool. But there were just some major parts of the plot at the beginning that just kind of made me fall off a little bit personally. But yeah, it is a very popular one, that's for sure. And Black Clover is also a really popular one. I didn't really get into it, but I know Vince loves it and Bolin loves it, and there's quite a few people. It's another really big one. It's also shonen. It's kind of like the shonen format. Had the same problems Dom had with it. Too shonen and very predictable plot-wise. Yeah, it was predictable plot-wise, and sometimes characters would act in ways I thut were strange. Just personally, it kind of broke the separation of disbelief for me. But yeah, a lot of cool content though in it, right? Like the fighting and stuff is pretty cool. You can't deny that. And the whole that his sister's is possessed by a demon thing is pretty cool. I did like that sort of premise and everything. That's what's up, guys. Appreciate it all. I'm definitely check that out. Awesome, dude. Sounds good, HP. Yeah, if you ever want to talk some anime, this is a good place for that. I would say. I think a lot of us like anime in here.
Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal. Making me out like some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. From the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there?
Another piece of the SL9 evidence.
Hell yeah, yeah, I watch a ton of anime. Yeah, there you go. Vince loves his anime, dude. Yeah, he'd probably be a good one that has a lot of good recommendations for you, too. So yeah, you HP, check those out. Let us know which ones you like the most. We might be able to set you off in another direction, dude. Help you find some more. Because yeah, it can be hard to find a good anime just by picking them. Sometimes even just by going like what the cover looks like, you'll end up in a place you don't want to be. So I really like to take recommendations myself. So that's how I recommend finding new animes, is seeing what everybody else likes and maybe seeing who has a similar opinion to you about like anime, and then maybe like kind of teaming up there to find what's good. But if you're ever feeling adventurous, check some out and you let us know if you find a good one. I don't watch any. Oh, come on, Ty. Have you ever tried it, Ty? Or is it just something you tried and you just weren't into it? I always feel like, personally, like it's like kind of like video games. There's one out there for everybody. You know what I mean? If you just got to find the right one. Because like I said, it's the anime itself in the genre. It's like film, you know? It's got so many genres in it. There's horror, there's comedy, there's all sorts of stuff. And yet anime has its own genres that probably really aren't actually like a genre outside of anime as well. So it's pretty in depth. And so that's also what makes it really difficult to find good ones sometimes. There's a lot of stuff out there for a lot of different people, and you don't really know if it's for you until you watch it. Let's take a closer look for evidence. Let's take a closer look. Why wouldn't we, right?
I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together?
Huh, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place.
Oh, cool. We get like a little mini game. This is kind of cool. I prefer dub stuff. Yeah, I'm with you, Vince. I prefer dub stuff just because anymore I don't always have the time to stare at the screen all the time, and so it's nice to be able to look away but not miss what's going on. But other than that, like, there's definitely been some animes I've watched subbed, and I felt like I got a better experience because when you do pay that close attention, you really pick up a lot. Like Attack on Titan, I've watched it actually a couple of times. One time subbed, and I felt like after I watched it subbed, I was like, oh wow, I feel like I understand things better, you know? Just because I was probably paying extra attention to what everybody was saying, you know what I mean? I tried Danganronpa a long time ago, and a lot more recently, or AOT more recently, sorry, Attack on Titan. Yeah, Attack on Titan was good. It's just hard to hold my interest. Oh, okay, really? Okay. I'm glad that you thought it was good at least, Ty. Yeah, maybe, I mean, if you're ever interested, I know it's kind of, if you're not really like wanting to get into anime, it's hard to like get yourself to watch it or something like that, but yeah, if you're ever interested, maybe we could try to get some recommendations for you for on when to try next. Like personally, one that I think that a lot of people should enjoy, and really only the first season is the best. I mean, the second season for me kind of dropped off, but Death Note is always really interesting because it's very grounded, because you're not doing anything super fantasy wise. I mean, there's definitely some fantasy stuff in there, but it's like set in like modern day. It's a lot of modern day stuff going on. It's like a murder mystery type of deal. But yeah, it's just about a kid who gets a notebook falls from the sky from like the gods of death dropped a notebook, and that notebook you just have to write someone's name in it and think of their face and they will die, and that's how like everybody dies in that world. And so this one boy has that notebook, and he decides to become like the god of this world and start killing criminals and enacting justice in his own hands. And then it turns into this big thing where they're trying to find this, because they figure out that it's somebody who's killing people. And I'll just leave it at that. But if anybody's interested in that one, it's a really good one. I just think that at the very end of it, it kind of falls apart a little bit, but I think the first season alone is worth watching. Let's see, let me catch up here. Have you watched Psycho-Pass events? I'm just about through this first season. It's pretty good. Yeah, Psycho-Pass is really good, Lemur. I watched that like about 4 or 5 years ago. The first season is all I watched because the second season, the way it started, didn't really get me. I felt like I had all my questions answered with the first season, but I'm glad that you're liking it, dude. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's great. I watched both seasons. Hell yeah. See, my brother was saying he didn't like the second season as much, but I'm still gonna watch it. Oh, nice there. Yeah, I'm with your brother then, dude. Yeah, because I didn't even watch much of the second season. I watched the first episode, and I think once you get there, you'll maybe understand why. But not to say that the second season is bad. Like I said, I only watched the first episode, but I just felt like the first season kind of wraps it all up real nice. So I didn't really need to go on. Tried watching OT multiple times before I finally got through it. Oh, really? Yeah, sometimes, you know, my most favorite TV shows took me multiple tries, I feel. Like, Star Trek took me a couple tries, and now it's like one of my favorite shows of all time. Okay, I gotta find the piece that fits that. And Doctor Who is that way, too. Doctor Who, I was not sure I was gonna like at first. Nice. Really just can't sit still long enough to watch something. At most, I give partial attention to TV while I game or something. Oh, I see what you're saying, Ty. Yeah. Yeah, it's, you know, there's a lot of content out there that you do have to, like, pay a lot of more attention to. I get what you're saying. I feel like anymore, that's how I am. It's hard for me to sit through something, so I try to make sure when I do sit through something that I really like it. So I can totally understand where you're coming from there, man. Yeah, second season isn't quite as good on Psycho-Pass. Oh, you also agree with that, Vince? I'm not sure if we had talked about that yet. I remember you watched it. Yeah, Fairy Tail was the same for me, right? Can't wait for Eden Zero Part 2. Yeah, I remember you telling me about Eden Zero, yeah. Yeah, I watched a couple Doctor Who episodes. It was just too corny and low budget. Special effects were rough. Exactly how I felt, Lemur, the first time I watched it, especially when I watched the first Christopher Eccleston like pilot when they brought it back. That's the very first one I watched, and oh my gosh, it feels so campy. You know, and then after that I was like, I think months later I was like, you know what, I'll try it again. I'll try the next episode, and then I just never looked back. There's like a specific episode that's super emotional. It might be the third episode from the reboot with Christopher Eccleston, where it was so emotional it just grabbed me, dude. And then I just had to keep watching the whole thing. And then once you get to oh fuck, what's his name? It always escapes me anymore. The real popular Doctor, the one that comes after Christopher Eccleston, the next guy. God, I can't remember his name right now, but he was the best Doctor. I think a lot of people agree with that too. And he like really made the entire show for me. In fact, after he left the show, I definitely didn't do as much to keep up with the show anymore. God, I wish I could remember his name. Every single time I try to talk about him recently, I always forget. David Tennant. Yes, David Tennant is his name. David Tennant is the best Doctor of all time. Hands down, I'll fight you. I'm just kidding. Doctor Who seems like 3 a.m. overtired weird TV. Doctor Who is very deep and it has a lot of stuff in it, I feel like. It's got a lot of messages. One thing I like about Doctor Who is I feel like it's always trying to send a positive message. It probably isn't always, but I just feel like most of the time it seems so positive. And I guess I'm just a sucker for that kind of stuff sometimes, but yeah. I watched the first few seasons until David Tennant stopped, yeah. Well, I mean, Matt Smith actually did a really good job too, because honestly the writing of the show is really good. Like Stephen Moffat, I think is his name, is the writer, the lead writer, or one of the lead writers. I think there's a few of them. Oh, I can rotate them. Okay. That makes things more complicated. I see you guys give me talking about TV. I just totally forget I'm playing a fucking video game. I'm good at TV. No? It's kind of hard to see the exact shape it's wanting me to put together here. That isn't it either? That's too jagged right there. No? Got it. pretty hard. I only stopped because of the platform I was watching on. I need to watch it again. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, it wasn't the fault of the show. Yeah, have you watched Rising of the Shield Hero, Lemur? Oh, there you go. I haven't. I don't think I have even heard of it. Is it good? Oh yeah, he loves it. One of my favorite new ones. Second season comes out next month. Hell yeah. I think that goes there.
Noise for strike.
Looks like there's some sort of map on it or something. Oh, that's blood droplets. Okay. We're getting there. Oh. Got it. Gumshoe, you couldn't do this, dude? Try this for 3 hours, dude? Come on, man.
I raised you better than that, boy.
There's still a piece missing, though. Huh. I mean, it looks like it has like some sort of little path drawn on there or something, huh? Goblin Slayer is also really good. I think that's one you've told me about too. Where are you watching all those too, Vince? Do you watch them all on Funimation, or you watch like Hulu and stuff too, or where do you catch all this anime?
Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I've got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen?
I bet they were missing to begin with.
Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
Yeah, it's like very top heavy.
I kind of understand how it got broken.
Jar pieced back together from fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. Piece with some evidence on it, I bet. Let me look at it real quick. Big old peek here, looking sad. It's got a hole all the way through it. Is this actually right side up then?
Hey, look! It's hard to make out, but there are some dark red stains here.
Looks like blood.
Do you think Detective Gumshoe's... Or, sorry. Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed?
Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer.
This jar was evidence in the SL9 incident. What might have been... that might have been when the blood got on it.
I mean, it doesn't just look like blood to me. There's like... Okay, maybe it is. Okay, at first it looked like it was a clear pattern, but I guess it is just kind of random dots. I thought it was like a dotted line with an arrow, but that's because the piece is broken. That looks like an arrow. My bad. We'll figure out something with that. Y'all on Funimation? Okay, right on. The intro song is a fucking banger too. Hell yeah, dude. For real, I think Rising of the Shield Warrior would be a good one for you. There you go. Hell yeah, dude. So we already looked at it, we'll look again.
If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke.
I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar.
Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker is coded with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker!
Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if it was closed.
It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere.
Someone left a glove here, but only one.
Detective Gumshoe, maybe?
There you go, pal, making me out to some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know.
You mean SL9?
It does have the tag on it.
That was this dueling glove.
I duel you.
What is a saw and paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there is blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger?
Well, you might say this is my studio.
Here? In the evidence room?
It's a weird place, Gumshoe. All right, let's go ahead and spray this place down with some luminol. I'm definitely checking it out. Hell yeah, dude.
Blood everywhere!
Zoom in and enhance. That must have been one massive pool of blood.
Never seen anything like it.
I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective?
Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien?
This proves that something really happened in front of this locker.
I'll make note of it on the floor plans.
Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you should have asked. You shouldn't have asked.
Like, hey, in my opinion, he's an alien. We just ruined that blood sample?
I knew it! This is someone's, right handprint.
What?
What's the matter, detective?
This locker. It's mine.
It's yours?
Please. You have to help me when they come take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals?
This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans.
I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
What? But you're a detective!
I love Gumshoe. He might be my favorite character. He's such a Zenigata.
Damn you, Lupin!
I think we're good here. Slide over here. Oh, there's another one. I really like this luminol thing. This is a lot cooler for investigations than the last game.
Why am I getting a reaction here?
There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door.
This just might be something significant.
Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
You don't know about it, detective?
What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief.
Where did you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order.
Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans.
I think we're done here at this point. Let me look over here again. Yeah, I think we've looked at everything. Luminol the shit out of this place. We dusted for prints. I like Jobless Reincarnation. If you haven't seen that one, Vince, it starts off kind of cringy, but the story and action are really good. Oh gosh, that's funny. Let's see. We're gonna move, I guess. Anything to say here? No. Move. Oh, let's go to the detention center And I'm gonna show Meekins the ID record. Dude, my bad.
Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this?
I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright.
Takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth.
Alright, he doesn't know shit.
February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202.
Well, this place is it's as classy today as it was yesterday.
And I'm sure I'll still be it'll be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here.
I'm sure he's off doing important investigations.
I hope that's what he's doing. Huh?
I guess we'll have to come back.
Well, or should I say, well, let's see. Then where do we go next? Da, 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 da. I feel like we need to show the ID list to more cops. We're only going to do that at the police department, but I don't know where any other cops are. It's the only place I can go from here is the guard station, because the criminal affairs are not cops, they're investigators. I didn't mean to go there. Somebody to talk to here. I need someone to talk to. Police department entrance. Let me see if I can get a little old hint over here. I'd like to at least get to the next day of testifying so we can end it there for tonight, if I can. I'm not going to hold myself to that too strongly, though, because I do need to get to bed at a good time, but take a little peek here. So we don't have to run around for too long. Right, that's when I put the face together. Did that already? I must have missed something at that room, because it looks like I should have met Edgeworth there. Okay, so let me see what I missed. Let me see how far we are from the next investigation day. Oh, we're pretty close. We're pretty close. I think we might be able to get all the way through it here if I can figure out what I missed here. Testing fluid on the upper left locker. Piece of cloth did that. It's blood. She was shocked as it is his locker. Emma adds that the floor plans spray on what looks like the crime scene. There's a lot of blood on there. Something really happened here. Emma will mark the spots on the floor plans. Gumshoe will leave to give Edgeworth his report for the day, and as he is just getting out of the inquiry now. Okay, I already did all that, so the thing I missed must have been above that in this. Yeah, they must have covered it already. Oh, I need to look closer at the rubber glove. Got it. Okay, I didn't think to do that. I forget we got to look at every little thing, dude. All right. Go back in here. Shame on me for not looking at every detail. The tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case.
You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing.
Huh? What's so confusing about that?
Do you know how many other words sound like that? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag.
Zag?
Is that a word? Do you challenge me?
What, are we playing a word game now? That's it. Ain't got nothing else.
Okay, so I did that. Is there more to it? And the court record, present Goodman's note or the... Oh, okay. There's something I had to present to Gumshoe as well. But isn't all the evidence from that trial fabricated? Right. But that might be why all this is important, I guess. Because I think there's a kind of a double fabrication going on here, Vince. This is just my conjecture here. I think because the case is so heavily reliant on fabrication or fabricated evidence, I think that the killers are trying to fabricate evidence too, to like show them a lesson a little bit. And that's why they're like making Lana guilty and Meekins guilty and stuff like that. But I'm not 100% sure, but it's gotta all come back around, right?
Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone.
Because of the SL9 connection?
That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time that the world knew Edgeworth was... Oh, shit.
But why would evidence come from that case turn up now?
I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Now that was a bloody, violent case.
Violent. So it was a murder.
A serial killing.
Nope. Wrong button. You cussed.
A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
He says he hasn't watched Tokyo Ghoul, but the piano cover of the opening theme is one of my favorite piano songs of all time. I remember you having me listen to that once, Lemur. It was pretty good. By Animins. His arrangement of it is insane. Yeah, it is really good. Good to watch, very good. You should check out that piano cover of the opening song, Vince, too. That was actually a really good video, too. Lemur showed me that a while back.
But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
So maybe this is why Edgeworth is known for fabricating evidence, is all because of this one case. Other than that, because Edgeworth doesn't really seem like a guy that fabricates evidence now that we know him better, you know? And so it'd be kind of cool if we can like turn his character around, because like he was kind of like framed for it or something. I don't know. We'll see.
And this was 2 years ago.
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill.
Rumors.
About forged evidence?
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was a detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So that switchblade knife.
The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself?
Hey, pal, look at the time.
Was there something you needed to be going to?
It's just that Mr. Edgeworth Inquiry Committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day.
What? That doesn't look like a report, dude.
It might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer?
The one that says nothing but no problems?
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
That's why I'll have anime for months now, and then there you go.
I'm off, pal. Later.
I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say too.
Now we go to Edgeworth. Well, look who it is.
Oh, guess. My apologies.
Oh, it's you.
Have we met somewhere?
Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave so long.
Is Edgeworth here?
There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Right.
He has the hotel bring him tea service?
Mr. Edgeworth, we're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Oh, somebody else said that he was looking for him, my bad.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow.
The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time, again.
Again?
I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since the case 2 years ago.
Are you okay for the trial tomorrow?
Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney, however.
Something happened?
They gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still.
Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor of this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea.
Now, pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner.
Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I could get his reaction out of him.
My best evidence. Really, I want to show him this. Why is your ID on here?
Oh, right. I'd better check this now.
As I was saying, what's this?
A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less.
Yes, that's true.
He is all over this.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less.
The chief of police?
You think the chief of police is behind it all? Wouldn't that be kind of crazy? I mean, maybe. Now, he wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office.
But it was solved, right? It would have to be the evidence was already filed.
The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case.
Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it.
Evidence from past case of Edgeworth brought back to his office by Gant's request. Stubborn, as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case.
It probably doesn't have anything to do with the case. My prediction is that it's going to matter Edgeworth's reason to go back. Maybe? I don't know. We'll see.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor in this case.
How about the unstable jar? You gonna say the same thing? Okay. Had to check. Can I look at this? The tag says AI-16. What's that got to do with anything?
Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said.
That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case.
Wouldn't that be nice? Doesn't look like there's anything else interesting about this. It's just a screwdriver. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, the 4 pans? Alright. Can I talk to him more ever I showed him that? Nope. I think I already showed him this, right? I don't know. What else do we need to do here? Take a peek. Just a little peek. Oh man, I was just about to pick that too. Okay. It's the switchblade.
I know you. You've probably got a hold on some information already, right?
It has to do with that case you were on, the SO9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in.
You are the man who revived the worst memory in my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later.
He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator.
Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth.
The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at this time, Damon Gant.
Is that supposed to be like a pun somehow? There's a lot of there's a lot of puns in this. Damon Gant. Damon almost looks like demon, but I don't. That's not really. Huh. DG.
That wacky old coot who's involved in the case 2 years ago, too, then.
He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation?
In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed.
Wait, you didn't?
Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you are still studying forensic science.
Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminol testing fluid. Well then, you might have use for this.
Oh, a fingerprint duster, right?
Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints?
It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
Well, hydrate from Ty. Thank you, buddy. Keeping me in mind. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Wetting the whistle, baby. Not wet enough for a good whistle.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will.
Edgeworth, I'm really...
No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved.
Thanks.
How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well?
Now we get fingerprints.
Well, let's get going. One last investigation.
Right.
I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere.
Oh yeah, we know. We know where that handprint was. Ain't got to tell me twice.
Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint.
Here, in this blood on the detective evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger.
I think it should be his pointer, because the thumb would have been like sideways. So I'm thinking the pointer finger would be the best one.
Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around.
Huh? How do you do that?
With enter, see?
Ah, it looks like that did the trick.
The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
Huh? How do I do that?
With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See?
Wow, that looks like fun.
Might take some getting used to, though.
It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright.
Guess I better give it a try.
Make sure it's good and spread on there. And then blow it away.
Ah, you did it! You found one!
But this looks nothing like a fingerprint.
Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't.
What does that mean?
I think it means we're out of luck.
Out of luck?
The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves.
Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here.
Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints?
Other prints?
Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print.
Fingerprints outside the blood.
And this one? Ooh, there it is. Do I need to dust it a little more? Make sure it's nice and clear. Make sure we get a nice clear print out of this. It reminds me of the Ace Ventura scene when he dusts for prints. You guys in the not Pet Detective, but when Nature Calls. Anybody remember that? He like dusts that entire hut like completely covered in dust, so even he's all covered in dust and stuff. And then he doesn't find anything. I think. There we go, nice and clear.
Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling.
Dazzling?
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find.
I've never seen those movies. Oh, what, dude? Never seen Ace Ventura at all, dude. They're so funny. Maybe I'm too old or you're too young to have seen those. I saw those. Oh, no. Yeah, I saw those in theaters, dude. That was perfect that I picked the Phoenix where I went to. Man, definitely When Nature Calls is really good. I don't really watch movies in general. Oh, well, there's your problem, Ty. Shit, bro. Yeah, I guess you said, you've told us once that you're not really a big story guy, right? You're not really like that into like stories and stuff. Is that right? Didn't you say that once? They're hilarious. Peak Jim Carrey. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Definitely peak Jim Carrey. They're so funny, man. I wish he would do more stuff like that. Like another Ace Ventura would be insane, dude, if he would ever go back to be an ace. Oh, man, I love those movies.
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away.
So we're not done yet? This is quite a process.
Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right?
I guess she's right.
It's hard for a story to keep me interested. Yeah, I hear you. So, can you name a story that has kept you interested, Ty? Just curious. What has been an interesting story to you, brother? Because I know sometimes I can feel that way too. Sometimes it is kind of hard to keep my interest in stories. And like growing up trying to read, man, it was always so hard for me because most stories were just so boring to me or whatever. I just couldn't really get into it. But anymore, I've kind of like really analyzed what I enjoy, and I think I'm better at figuring out what I enjoy so that I can get myself to sit down and watch stuff. But I think I can identify a little bit.
And look at that fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would be most likely to find on the evidence locker?
That's the closest. This is Goodman's, which would make sense. Oh no, it's definitely Gumshoe. He did say it was his locker. Yeah, it's definitely Gumshoe.
Comparing.
I honestly can't think of one. Yeah, it sounds like you're just not into stories in time. Maybe you just don't find like made up stories or whatever, like Storycraft, all that interesting. Which there's nothing wrong with that, man. I mean, I'm probably like really close to the opposite of that, but there's absolutely no problem with not liking that stuff. Or just not finding it interesting, I suppose.
So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look.
I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what?
Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Thanks for the sympathy.
Wait, I remember correctly. There was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out.
Someone I wanted to start with. Court record, get my tools out. What? How do I use it? This is where we got the luminol fluid reaction, right?
Right! There was a handprint here! Okay, wanna try using this?
There go her eyes sparkling again.
Why would I leave it be? Come on, dude. Well, I never read Lord of the Rings, but I sat through all the movies as well as each Hobbit movie as well. Oh, really? Man, those are ones that I can't sit through, man. That's just so it held your interest? Yeah, the Lorax, there you go, Vince. Yeah, you like that story? You know what? You're right. That's funny. Also, like Horton Hears a Who. Yeah, I've never seen the Horton Hears a Who movie, but I did like the book as a kid. I don't know why I never got around to that. Because there was a movie, right? Like, I'm not making that up in my head. Yeah, Lord of the Rings for me is when I can't get through it. Like, I've watched the first one all the way through. I've watched the third one all the way through. The second one I've tried like 3 or 4 times, but I always fall asleep at the same parts because they're just so boring to me, dude. I feel like I would piss some people off me to say that, but I didn't even bother with the Hobbits. I didn't like the book of the Hobbit. I tried reading the book, and it's made for children. Because like the author like won't even let you think that Bilbo is gonna be in any danger at any point. He's like, oh, but of course Bilbo makes it out okay, but let me tell you how he did it. And it's just like, why would you I remember when I got to the part, I was like, what the fuck? So even the Hobbit movies, I barely made it through the first one, right? Yeah, I wouldn't even give it a try, dude. Even with all that talent in there, I'm good. Stretching a kid's book into 3 movies, fuck you, basically. I mean, the wife just watched all the Harry Potter movies. Yeah, there's some good stories. I like Harry Potter. I like me some Harry Potter.
Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right?
We only ended up finding it using chemical means.
Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too.
Oh, right. So that means no prints.
Would you say the probability of our hypothesis is high?
Don't ask me.
Anyways, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand.
Nice and covered. Honestly, probably just the visual aspect. I really like the Lord of the Flies. Oh, Lord of the Flies is a good story, yeah, for sure. Yeah, so it was okay. That makes sense, Ty. Yeah, you like the visuals of it, yeah. Which is probably the best part, in my opinion, of Lord of the Rings. There's a lot of cool visuals in it. That's why it's like I appreciate Lord of the Rings as a fantasy story and everything, because what it's done for fantasy, like in general, because I like fantasy stuff. But I just can't get myself to sit through it. It's not my fantasy, I guess. Alright, now who is this? Actually, it looks a lot like... No, there's a slight difference there. That was awfully close. Jake? Did you do it, bro? Bruh. Bruh, it was Jake. You son of a bitch. And so he had blood on his hands, huh? That's pretty fucked up, Mr. Marshall. Hey there, party partner. The Catcher in the Rye was interesting. Mice and Men, To Kill a Mockingbird. Yeah, there you go. See, do you like the classic stories then? Is that all the stuff that he read in school? Or did you read those of your own time or whatever? Because we read Mice and Men in school. Loved it. Great story. To Kill a Mockingbird, really liked that one. I never read Catcher in the Rye, though. A lot of people read that growing up, but we were never forced to read it. But Lord of the Flies too was also one that we had to read. Yeah, honestly, classics are kind of bangers. Yeah, dude, I agree with you. I really like some classics. I like Time Machine. I really like as a classic. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was pretty good. Journey to the Center of the Earth. I like Jules Verne, I guess in general. Almost anything by Asimov, like iRobot is amazing. I love iRobot. The movie sucks. It's nothing like the book. Don't let the movie make you think anything about the book. And what are some other ones? The Last Question. A lot of them. Yeah, classics are really good, dude. There's just so much so many people writing anymore that I feel like that is kind of one of those things where it's harder to find good stuff that's new because this probably exists and it's out there, but it's just really hard to find through all the shit. You know what I mean? Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Yeah, you know, did I start reading that? Or maybe I just watched a show that was about Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I don't remember. I think maybe I had started reading it, but I didn't get through it. But definitely an interesting premise. I like the idea of the story for sure.
Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know?
It's Officer Marshall.
Huh? Officer Jake Marshall?
Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record.
That's got to just be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place.
Oh!
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain.
Yeah, it's definitely the three of them. I think Goodman didn't even die. I think all three of them are just trying to frame everybody. Brave New World is pretty good. I never read Brave New World. I'm not familiar with that one. I mean, I've heard of it, but I'm not all that familiar with the story.
But why would Officer Marshall?
It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence.
I don't believe it.
There you go. To be continued next time on Dom Dynamite. I read it for AP over summer before senior year. Oh, nice. That might have been one of our AP classes had read too. I didn't take any AP classes. I wasn't smart enough for that. But one thing I will say, I read that the AP class did read, but I read on my own was 1984. 1984 is really good if you've ever read that time. Really good one. 2 times speed audiobook. Go Burr. Oh, is that what you're doing? Yeah, I definitely do. I'm an audiobooker myself when I can. But I do like to try to read stuff whenever I can get myself to do it. Have you read Dune? Oh yeah, Dune's amazing. I've only read the first book, but the first book alone is really good. It is good, and the movie is coming out soon. Yeah, I can't wait, because I really hope they do a good job for the fucking movie, man, because every single attempt at making a Dune motion picture of any sort has just been a pile of trash, dude. So, gosh, I hope it's good, because Dune is really good. That's one, it's sort of like a classic tie. It's definitely an older sci-fi, and yeah, it's really good. I think even just the first one is worth a read. Very interesting stuff going on in there. I really need to read my books. Yeah, you got a few books, right, Vincent? You get Red Rising as well? I don't know if you've ever got a chance to look more at that, but Red Rising is one of my favorites. Ready Player 2 and Red Rising. Oh yeah, I forgot you get Ready Player 2. I forgot that even existed. Yeah, the sequel to it. Yeah, that's interesting. You gotta read Ready Player 2 and let me know if I should pick it up for sure. But yeah, Red Rising is probably one of in my top 5. Probably. I don't know if it's my number 1 favorite story. I think it's just so new that I feel like I really like it that much, but I'm going to definitely say it's in my top 5, maybe even top 3 favorite book series. I fucking love Red Rising. Yeah, I'm hoping it's good too. The director has done a lot of good movies though, so I'm hopeful he can make it work. Yeah, okay. That's good to know. I didn't even look at who's working on it. I'm kind of just trying not to get too hype about it. Because I remember, like, after I read the book, I was like, oh, and there's a movie? I can't remember who did the movie, but it's fucking awful. It's like nothing like the book. They just took so many fucking artistic liberties and just butchered the entire, like, message and stuff. It's like, oh my God. Honestly, I really like the original Twilight Zone series. Bite-sized stories, all really interesting. Yeah, man, I'm a big anthology guy myself. That I really like stuff like that. Things that are just, like, similar but not totally connected. Death, Love, and Robots on Netflix is like that. It's like everything's just little bite-sized stories, and they're all like animated or shot differently too, which is really cool. We pop on over here. The anthologies are the greatest, man. I think they're probably one of the coolest forms of storytelling in a way. Not that they're the best, I just really like them because I've always wanted to create my own anthology, you know, like a group of short stories that are like kind of connected in universe, but not connected in like plot. I just think it's kind of cool what you can do with that. He did Arrival, Sicario, and Blade Runner 2049. Okay, yeah, I mean, Arrival, you had me at Arrival, because Arrival's a really good movie. That's a fucking good movie, man. If you ever want to check a movie out, there, Ty, Arrival's a really good one to check out. It's about aliens coming to the planet, and they just have like all these different like things that just kind of sit and hover above the air, these giant vessels, and you follow this scientist whose job it is to try to communicate with the aliens, because they've managed to like get into one of the ships, like let into the ship, and then they face these aliens and they have to try to figure out how to communicate with them, because the aliens are clearly trying to communicate with them, but they're these giant alien things or whatever, and they speak in this weird way. But it's a really good story about communication, and how communication is not only a good thing, but it's also it's not only like a tool for good, it's a weapon for destruction or whatever. In some ways, it's really cool. Yeah, Beowulf. Yeah, Beowulf's a pretty good epic. I remember enjoying that as a kid. Can't say I remember too much about it, other than I had some pretty epic shit going on. Just crazy to me that if it weren't for a few monks, we'd have never heard that story. Right? Yeah, that is actually interesting for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Yeah, look it up, man. Arrival's good. I think it's on Amazon. I don't know if you're a Prime member, but I think it's on Amazon. But definitely check it out. It's worth a rent if you have to, man. It's definitely really good. It's also based off a short story, so maybe even you could just look up the short story. I don't remember what the short story's called. It's not called Arrival, I don't think. But yeah, it's based off a short story by I think a Japanese guy. But yeah, it's so good. One of the best movies I've seen in a long time. All right, well, I think it's about that time, guys. Past 10:30, went a little over, but that's okay. We got to a good stopping point. In fact, I'm gonna save again just in case I forgot to save. A little paranoid of that. All right, so let me see. While I look for someone to raid here, I think we got Papa still tonight. We should be able to raid him, hopefully. Let me go over the rest of the week here. So what we got going on tomorrow, instead of itch.io or anything like that, I'm gonna be playing some Superliminal. I don't know if anybody's seen Superliminal, but it looks really, really fucking cool. It's like a weird like puzzle game that uses a lot of perspective in order, like, it has its mechanics or whatever. So you'll like pick something up that's small, you'll lift it up in the air and then drop it, and it'll suddenly be big because your perspective kind of looked like it was a big thing far away and stuff like that, you know? So it'll be really cool to check that out. Then we got Thursday, I'll be playing some more Judgment. Definitely gonna be continuing that. I'm really liking Judgment. And then on Friday, of course, we'll be continuing with The Witcher. And probably have a Simulation Sunday, mowing some more lawns this weekend. Definitely. Let's see, was there anything else I wanted to announce? Oh, okay, I guess I'll go ahead and plug that. So for October, for the games that I'm not like having like a good stopping point for October, I'm gonna go ahead and like pause, like say Phoenix Wright. As soon as we're at a good stopping point with the next Phoenix Wright thing, I'm gonna go ahead and pause Phoenix Wright. We're gonna go into like some spoopy story mode stuff, and then we'll come back to Phoenix Wright come November. So that's kind of my plan, to try to work some spooky stuff into the cycle. I'll probably keep Judgment and The Witcher going. Definitely The Witcher because it's so long. I just don't want to lose any progress on that. And Judgment, I feel like we're nearing the end pretty closely. I think we'll end up probably finishing it maybe towards the beginning of October, and then I can move into a new game to that slot, which I'm thinking maybe the Sinking City. But I don't know. I really want to play Sinking City, so I think October is like the perfect excuse, if you will, to play it. I do like me some Lovecraft themed stuff. Okay, yeah, sweet. Papa's playing Dusk. Let's go ahead and jump over to Papa's stream. There we go. So we got 2 people in there. We're gonna go make a splash for him. How's that sound, guys? Yeah, night all, night Vince. Have a good one, Dom. You too, Ty. Everybody here, thank you for coming and hanging out. It looks like we have 6 viewers hanging out. I really appreciate you guys being here. Really, it makes all the difference, man. I hope you guys are, enjoying this as much as I am. I fucking love this game. So yeah. Thanks again for being here, guys. Absolutely. All right, you guys ready to start this raid? All right, here we go. Have a good night, everyone. Absolutely. You too, Lemur. All right, starting the raid, guys. We'll see you tomorrow for some Superliminal. I'm excited. Have a good one. And raid complete.